and northeast are starting to make their way to the northwest and fanning downwards to other parts of the country.
Because people have lost faith in the capacity of the states to dispense justice, it is now everybody for himself, God for all of us. So we pick up arms and take justice, or what we consider to be justice, for ourselves.
Another dimension to the crisis in the northwest is the fact that the region sits between the strongholds of the warring Islamic fundamentalist groups, Boko Haram in the Lake Chad Basin and ISWAP in the southern Niger. The northwest is thus highly susceptible to attacks by both fundamentalist groups, even if only to fund their respective agendas. Nigeria is both an entry and exit country for the transnational trafficking of small arms and light weapons. Recent figures from SMB Intelligence suggest that there are more than 6 million arms in the hands of non-state actors in Nigeria. Compared to only 500,000 arms in the hands of state actors, they are outnumbered 12 to 1. These figures provide some insight into one of the major challenges the government faces in its efforts to contain violent attacks in the country.
People will not be able to turn kidnapping into an industry if they don't have the weapons to do it. They will not be able to turn the Abuja-Kaduna road into a dead zone if they didn't have weapons to make it happen.
Reports further indicate that there are varying factors within Nigeria's society that make use of such weapons. A few of them are illegal mine traders, cultist groups, armed robbers. The biggest cache is, however, imported by rival political groups desperate to steal their mandate through violence. These groups would arm miscreants to foment chaos during elections. But after election season, the guns enter into the cycle of other forms of organized crimes, fueling other forms of violence. In recent years, there has been a spike in the number of attacks on and killing of state security agents. After such attacks, their arms are carted away by their attackers. Beyond Zamfara, active unregulated artisanal mining is a nationwide occurrence. One thing that's not taken into consideration here is the health and environmental implications of these poorly regulated artisanal mining causes. Beyond being perpetrated by notorious gangs, the conflicts in northern Nigeria are also tied by another common thread: neglect and a lack of accountability by the Nigerian government. But what does this neglect look like in other parts of Nigeria? In southeast Nigeria, years after the Civil War, it seems the scars left behind might take longer to heal. 50 years and at least 2 million fatalities later, Nigeria is still haunted by the atrocities and devastation of the Civil War. In addition to this, the nation is again witnessing a rise in agitations for a Biafran state. For most Nigerians, the war over the breakaway state of Biafra is generally regarded as an unfortunate episode best forgotten. But for the indigenes of the Southeast who fought to succeed, its unaddressed atrocities continue to fester multidimensional, intergenerational trauma.
Truth about the story of Biafra is the story of most Nigerians, that they cannot trust their government. That government is not protecting them. That government is not fighting for them.
The very blood that Nigeria has spilled over the years is what is preventing this country from making progress. Because all that blood is crying out for justice.
The ghost of Biafra terribly haunting us and causing such violence from the mistrust of a country that has failed its people.
I mean, come on. How do you treat your people like that and expect them to be happy to be Nigerians? They will not be.
While corruption is rife in Nigeria, its greatest problem is impunity. There has been very little accountability for the various crimes perpetrated against individuals and communities in the past. The misapplied quest for justice often results in self-help reprisal attacks, which morph and snowball into bigger crimes and conflicts. In a country where past atrocities are not acknowledged and sectionalism is amplified, injustice becomes systemic and violence inevitable. 50 years and at least 2 million fatalities later, Nigeria is witnessing a rise in agitations for a Biafra state. This comes after a series of attacks in the southeast by the Nigerian government. Perhaps Nigeria would not be facing the possibility of another civil war if the government had taken responsibility to its role in the first civil war and offered resources to the victims. This has, however, not been the case. Following the end of the conflict, then President of Nigeria Yakubu Gowon proclaimed "no victor, no vanquished," which seemed more like a half-hearted attempt to salve the wounds that had been inflicted by both warring sides.
The rising sun of Biafra is set forever. It will be a great disservice for anyone to continue to use the word Biafra to refer to any part of the East Central state of Nigeria. The tragic chapter of violence is just ended. We are at the dawn of national reconciliation. Once again, we have an opportunity to build a new nation.
Most Igbos, the group that were largely victimized by the Nigerian government, have grown up with the consequence of an entire generation's loss, and with it, a transmission of stories of how these losses were occasioned by word of mouth. The recent agitation for a Biafran state can be traced back to the rise in popularity of one man who has been pushing the agenda for over a decade. Many Nigerians in other parts of the country likely came to the know of Nnamdi Kanu after he was arrested and detained upon arrival in Nigeria in 2015. Before then, Kanu had been agitating for a succession of southeastern states from London, where he employed the use of social media and Radio Biafra to push the agenda. The group Kanu leads is known as the Indigenous People of Biafra, or IPOB, and in 2017, the Nigerian government declared it a terrorist organization. Kanu's arrest had led to several protests in the region, resulting in the extrajudicial killings of at least 150 peaceful pro-Biafra protesters in the southeast. In August 2017, a month before it declared IPOB a terrorist organization, the Nigerian government launched a military operation called Python Dance in an attempt to suppress the agitations in the region.
For regions that do not trust one another, because they don't know when it's going to be their turn to suffer this form of atrocities.
Like its response to the peaceful protests, the military operation led to the deaths of several pro-Biafra activists and an alleged assassination attempt against Kanu. Like in the past, the Nigerian government has refused to be accountable for the recent killings in the southeast. Rather, the government has tried to misrepresent the situation in southeast to justify its actions.
The Asaba massacre of October 7, 1967 happened just for one reason. The leader of the first coup on 15 January 1966, Chukwuma Ozeogu, was from Okpanam, which is next door to Asaba. Now, because Okpanam till today is a small village, most Okpanam people, if you ask them, where are you from, they will say Asaba. So a lot of people thought that Ozeogu was from Asaba. Time to kill, go and kill all the Asen. So they killed, it was so bad that Asaba was not even counted in the 1973 census. That's how bad that massacre was.
The government's continuous use of force in the region further deepens the calls for secession. An example of this is the instance of state actors randomly picking up young men and accusing them of being members of IPOB. These state actors are perhaps emboldened by the people in leadership like the Nigerian president who uses dangerous and dehumanizing language when speaking about indigenes of the region, or the Inspector General of the Police who recently encouraged officers to do whatever it takes, including breaching human rights, to maintain order in the region. In 2018, there was public concern about the army's willingness to deploy militarized troops in civilian areas, mostly to battle domestic agitations many believed could have been handled by local police. So once again, the Nigerian government is seen to be terrorizing a group of people who are deeply mistrustful of it.
Let us assume you have 30,000 men for three broad regions: East, West, North. The North is 79% of Nigeria's land area. That leaves 21%. The West is 15% of Nigeria's land area. That leaves 6%. That's the East. The East is geographically the smallest region in the country. When you deploy the same number of security personnel to West, East, and North, by natural reason of geographical density, the East looks more crowded.
All of this is culminating half a century after the initial struggle for a Biafran state. And while both the Biafran and Nigerian state actors are yet to take responsibility for the roles they played during the Civil War. For Biafran agitators, the pain and injustice have festered, and the recent use of force by the Nigerian state has established a basis for further pro-Biafra agitation. The end of 2020 marked a turning point in the Biafran succession movement. The group, which had largely maintained a non-militant stance, formed a paramilitary offshoot known as the Eastern Security Network, ESN, in December 2020. IPOB claims that the ESN was created to defend Southeast locals from attacks by Fulani herdsmen, who continue to trespass on their farmlands and in many cases assault and murder residents. It is still too early to make any conclusions about the nature of operations of the ESN. However, the group has already been under attack by the Nigerian security forces. The possibility of reprisal attacks loom, and once again, we are possibly witnessing the origin of yet another cult gang in Nigeria. The Niger Delta is one of the world's largest wetlands and Africa's largest delta, covering some 70,000 square kilometers. It lies within the Igbo Plateau and the Cross River Valley. The dominant view sees the constituent states of the region as Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Though a relatively small region, the south of the country provides the economic powerhouse of the economy. In addition to oil and gas, the region equally contributes other key resources, with massive investment opportunities in tourism and agriculture. Despite the vast amount of wealth in this region, the continuous mismanagement of oil and the revenue generated from the industry over decades has led to huge amounts of land, water, and air pollution. These issues, compounded by poor access to basic amenities such as electricity, education, primary healthcare, and sanitation, make the region one of the most inhabitable places in Nigeria.
What we have seen in Niger Delta is a situation where oil companies have always depended on the states and the security apparatus to provide the cover for them to carry out reckless exploitation of crude oil in the Niger Delta region. That itself is economic atrocity.
The South-South region of Nigeria, also known as the Niger Delta, is home to over 30 million people. This oil-rich region is Nigeria's golden goose and one of Africa's most important oil-producing zones, yet it remains one of the most polluted places on Earth. Its residents continue to live in squalor, despite the wealth derived from natural resources found on their lands.
When oil was discovered in 1956 and Nigeria became independent in 1960, that was the relations of production that went into the Niger Delta and has continued up till now.
A World Bank report in 2013 states that the Niger Delta had some of the highest youth unemployment levels in the country, with about 38.4% in Bayelsa and 27.9% in River States, compared to the national average at 21.1%. These environmental and socio-economic realities birthed activism within the region, which saw young people banding together to demand recourse from the government.
From the very start, we've had a long history of atrocities committed by multinational oil companies in collaboration with federal government. One of the most notable instances where this happened was in a community in River State, a Che local government area called Umuechem. Arrived in Umuechem in the year 1958 and began the job of extracting crude oil from that community. Before they came, they made promises, as they always do, about schools, good roads, welfare, healthcare, and all that to the people. And the people, you know, with arms open, embrace shell.
But up to today, we do not have 1 grain of rice. We live in the euphoria of being an oil producing community, and that's all.
30 years on, unfulfilled promises pushed the people to mobilize in a peaceful protest. The people of Umuechem gathered at a place called the Y Junction in the middle of town, well away from the shell plants.
What did Shell do? They called in the Nigerian security forces, and security forces came to Umuechem community and basically murdered everybody they could find.
At around 6:37, we're in the village when we started hearing shots from a Gruta. Before Umuechem could know what was happening, they had entered into this community. They have shot up 3 or 4 boys. Lawson Jack, with Godwin Abbey, the governor of the state then, had sent not Shell Police, but Mopol 19 from Port Harcourt to come annihilate and completely destroy Umuechem community.
Shot, they killed, they burnt over 400 houses. Residents of Umuechem ran into the palace of their chief and locked the door.
When he came out dressed in his full regalia, so that the police would see him and recognize him as a high-class chief, the police shot him and killed him in his house and destroyed his building, and his building fell on him. This was the palace of the Royal Highness, Chief A.A. Odo, the paramount ruler of Igbo Kingdom. If you look at that, you see the pillars of the house. That's the grave there.
You see, I became my husband. I was there with my husband. I didn't shoot my husband. So I began to find way to go out. I'm from this place. From there. All this place. No one welcome me to give us money to build a house. Even check is with them, it's with the government. No church.
The man, up till this moment, nobody, the state government has not made any mention of him. They have not said anything about him. For a royal majesty to be killed in his house during a crisis, up to no moment, nothing has been done to pacify the family or pacify the community or his kingdom.
It was a dark day in the small town of Umuechem. It has been 3 decades and no one has been held accountable.
The police killed so much people that they had to hire 2 tippers to carry corpses and throw into the Otamene River, Chokocho area.
These atrocities have infuriated the people, leading to all kinds of agitations that have taken different forms.
I lost my wife and 2 children. Up to this moment, I don't know where they were buried, if they were buried at all.
However, the Nigerian government, as it often does, responded with force. This was evident in the killing of the Ogoni Nine in 1995 by the then Sani Abacha-led government. The Ogoni Nine were members of the movement of the survival of the Ogoni people, MOSOP, which was founded by Ken Saro-Wiwa in 1990. The group organized a peaceful protest in 1993, and a year later, Saro-Wiwa and 8 other leaders of the group were accused of being involved in the murder of 4 pro-government chiefs. This led to their detention and trial by military tribunal. Saro-Wiwa and the other 8 leaders of MOSOP were eventually sentenced to death and executed in 1995. The use of violence by the Nigerian government against MOSOP, in addition to the frustrations of life in the Niger Delta, crippled by environmental and socio-economic challenges, led to the emergence of gangs and armed groups in Niger Delta. Since they could not draw attention to their plight by coordinating peacefully, local youths resolved to use any means necessary, including taking up arms to launch a war against the Nigerian state.
In the late 1990s and the early 2000s, we saw the proliferation of small and light arms in the Niger Delta area, and agitators actually asking for succession, resource control, and so on and so forth. Real issues started popping up, and they could back up their arguments with arms, because it was the only way the states and the oil companies could listen, when they were able to demonstrate that they had an equal capacity for violence. And that's where things basically went south.
Political abductions soon became rampant in the South-South. In the face of failure by the Nigerian government to address the abductions, private companies and individuals began to pay ransoms for the release of the abductees. This quickly transformed the nature and motivations of abduction from being purely political to being commercial.
In between election cycles, the gangs must survive. And they survive mostly through kidnapping and armed robbery. We see a tripod. We see political patronage as the key enabler, cultism as the key foundation, and then kidnapping, killings, and armed robbery as the manifestations of a problem which is created by the political ruling class in the Niger Delta region. That's the connection.
So the Niger Delta is a very complicated jigsaw puzzle that's, I'm afraid, is going to be with us for a very long time. And it was going to get worse as the oil dries up.
Chima Ipunado, Ifeanyi Onyekwere, Ifeanyi Osuji, Osaze Friday, and Ogbonna. Kingsley Tariwa of the Boss Night Club fame, we have traveled there. Alan Chuwoko, who was killed by members of the armed forces, specifically of Operation Data Save of the Nigerian Army. For the boutique seller weeks away by members of the OSPAC in the Kwere local government area in Rivers State. The victims suffered of extreme torture, are kidnapped. Up to as I speak, they are yet to prosecute the officers. This form of atrocious act needs to stop in Rivers State.
As militant gangs waged war against the Nigerian government, a more sinister storm was brewing. Local political leaders and elites in the region found that militant gangs could be bought and used to interfere with the electoral process. This transformed the dynamics of cult gangs in the Niger Delta.
In Nigerian political circles, let's start with Rivers State. You have a situation where politicians armed various groups for what?
Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, with a population of over 204 million people, enjoys a diverse emerging market and a growing economy worth more than $500 billion. From the highlands of the north to the tropics of the south, her beauty demands to be experienced, just like her resources demand exploitation. Despite being rich in culture and a vast amount of natural resources, Nigeria struggles with her biggest resource, its human resource. Corruption, insecurity, insurgency, terrorism, and a myriad of atrocities continually mitigate growth in every part of the country, and the people have nowhere to run.
Borno State is one of the most beautiful parts of this country, the entire Northeast region. You think about the different cultures, the Kanuris, the Hausas, the Fulanis, all living peacefully together, all the ethnic groups. When you think about the activities that went on in the Chad, Lake Chad region, it was really the food basket in Nigeria.
These mass atrocities continually spread, threatening the entire country, with the numbers of lives lost at an alarming rate. Silence is no longer an option. Northeastern Nigeria, the center of operation of some of the nation's deadliest cult gangs and the epicenter of the longest insurgency and humanitarian crisis in the nation's history.
The Boko Haram insurgency started with a Muslim group advocating or speaking about, issues around marginalization and just neglect from the authorities in their communities, gathering communities and people together to be able to share, ideologies and ideas of how they think their communities can progress better.
A decade of armed violence has destroyed the lives and the livelihood of thousands of civilians, causing mass displacement across the region. At least 27,000 people have been killed, and more than 2 million have fled their villages since the beginning of the insurgency crisis.
Kuma daga Maiduguri ne zuwa nan. Na zo anan daga Maiduguri ba abin da ya kawo ni, akan fada ne ya kawo ni anan Maiduguri, daga Maiduguri. Yanzu anan ma ban dan abba na ina mama na ma ban sani bane. Akan me ne duk Boko Haram ne ya tsaya kore ni. Amma ba wanda zai mana taimako zai gyara wurin mana babu. Lokacin da ni suna shiga nan, ni ina ɗakina ne, amma ni da mutane na suna tare. Ya riga ya su ya kore mu ne, mu gudu mu fita, ni kuma na fita hanya daban ne. Kuma taimakon ma a hanya ne na fita ma da yunwa da abu ne na zo na shiga hannu.
According to the United Nations Organization for Crisis and Humanitarian Assistance, at least 8 million people in this region will require humanitarian assistance in 2021. The conflict and its resulting humanitarian crisis are the latest additions to a deadly cocktail that had been brewing long before the first terrorist attack in 2009. Before the insurgency crisis, the Northeast had some of the worst human development indicators in Nigeria. A 2016 report by the World Bank found that the Northeast was the only region that had not reported a reduction in the incidence of poverty between 2004 to 2013.
The Northeast part of Nigeria and the Lake Chad region is as a result of social, economic, environmental, and religious factors intertwined together to create and sustain the combustible mixture that has resulted in deaths of thousands of people and displacement of millions of people in the region.
That region is one of the poorest in Nigeria, has the lowest educational level in Nigeria, and then coupled with climate change, which led to the shrinking of Lake Chad and of religious extremism, which is largely built from the inequity that the people in the region suffered in looking for hope and in looking for governance, that religious extremism started to take place in there.
Of recent, it seems that they've reached a sort of a detente. there are areas that belong to Boko Haram, there are areas that belong to the Nigerian states, as it were. And the Nigerian state appears to have given up the countryside, especially in Borno states, to the insurgents.
During the same period, the Northeast was reported to have had a shrinking middle class, resulting in the largest increase in income inequality in Nigeria. The prevalence of multidimensional poverty as a leading causal factor of the crisis in the Northeast cannot be overstated. However, the presence of religious extremists was another factor. Boko Haram, known in Arabic as Jumat al-Sunnah Lidawati wal Jihad, meaning people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teaching and jihad, was formed in Maiduguri, the capital of northeastern Borno State. It is believed that the group was founded around 2001 by Muhammad Yusuf. As has been the case across other regions in the country, the radicalization of the group began after Nigerian authorities tried to use force to subdue it. Yusuf was murdered by the Nigerian police force in broad daylight while phone cameras were filming.
The killing of their leader, Muhammad Yusuf, in broad daylight, with his body slain across the streets, really agitated people and fueled a lot of anger that has turned into the uncontrollable circumstances that people are living in the Northeast region today.
He was shot at a close range while seated with his hands bound behind him. The first terrorist attack in the region happened shortly after Yusuf was killed. As the spate of attacks increased, the Nigerian army would raid villages and carry out brutal attacks against innocent civilians who they suspected were members of Boko Haram. In this manner, thousands of young men disappeared. In their reasoning, if they were not killed or conscripted into the insurgency, they were covert members who spied and acted as runners for the group. With a high incidence of poverty and a war raging between Boko Haram and the Nigerian army, many indigents became increasingly desperate, and others sought to exact revenge against the military for arresting, disappearing, or killing their innocent loved ones. It became relatively easy to recruit new members to join Boko Haram because the group promised payments to its members. The alternative would have been to wallow in extreme poverty or possibly end up killed by the Nigerian army.
The Nigerian government itself was complicit in the atrocities that led to the growth of the demon called Boko Haram today.
Nigeria has a habit of rewarding men with guns who can bring violence to bear. So if we reward men with guns, why not pick up your own gun and get your seat at the table?
As the group became more radical, it began to receive support from other international terrorist groups. And as the Nigerian government pumped in more arms and money to the region to combat Boko Haram, the stronger the gang grew.
After the Dapchi kidnaps, when huge ransoms were paid, there was a surge in Boko Haram activity shortly after. So it's not a stretch to link such an action and such payments to purchase of new weapons and the ability to pay fighters and the ability to import fighters.
While the gang struggled to fight off the Nigerian army, tension was brewing within its ranks, adding another dimension to the crisis in the Northeast. Dissidents within Boko Haram broke off in 2016 to form ISWAP, or the Islamic State in West African province. The region has since been thrown into a war triangle, with Boko Haram fighting against the Nigerian government and ISWAP, the Nigerian government fighting both gangs, and the ISWAP fighting against both the Nigerian government and Boko Haram. In Northeast Nigeria, the enemy of your enemy is not your friend. Since the Boko Haram insurgency began, every year, thousands of Nigerians are displaced across the country.
people have been serially displaced. So you're displaced first by some herdsmen attacking you. Then a flood comes, whatever little thing you manage to gather, it takes you away. Now the attacks are back. You know, and no one is talking. Nobody's really saying.
While most are displaced due to perennial violence, some are due to environmental disasters such as desertification, floods, erosion, all which are often preventable or could have been managed more effectively. The Middle Belt region of Nigeria is fast becoming the epicenter of this crisis, with a mix of both natural and man-made disasters. There is a general misconception that the crisis in Nigeria's Middle Belt is a new phenomenon. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Amnesty International describes the crisis in the Middle Belt as a stark manifestation of decades of lack of good governance and opacity within the security forces, on top of underlying climate and human challenges. The key word here being decades.
The North Central in particular, you have communal conflicts. You have what has come to be termed herder-farmer conflict. Sometimes they call it clashes, but in many cases, you find a situation, because in the last few years, what has come out in the lexicon is they call them terrorist headsmen or militant headsmen attacks. And although they are termed clashes by many publications internationally and even locally, what tends to happen is you have basically a decimation. You have a flood of people who just come in and attack a community, typically a farming community.
A lot of the conflicts in Nigeria now are actually resource conflicts that are taking on another form.
The Middle Belt conflicts have been ongoing for nearly 40 years now. The recent resurgence is an intensification of a prolonged battle over access to resources, including water, land, and pasture.
Benue State is a farmland. It's a state that is considered the food basket of the nation, where food is produced in large quantities. It's basically predominantly occupied by farmers. So this is also the green vegetation that attracts those herdsmen to come in, and they have taken over communities in the quest to settle on the lands that are green to feed their cattle.
They have weapons and then nothing happens, they go about with it, and then they feel they will expand, and then the people, the origins, those who belong to the land should make way for their heads.
Like the region, the conflicts in the Middle Belt are multi-layered and complex. On one hand, the conflicts are largely over access to pasture, as herders are being pushed further south in search of land for their cattle to graze. This has become necessary due to increasing levels of environmental degradation and desertification, both resulting from climate change. On the other hand, ethnic and religious schisms, exacerbated by indigent settler policies, unregulated mining, a problematic land use act, and justice failures all add up in a recipe for disaster. To deter incalcitrant herds from destroying their crops, farmer communities have previously resorted to poisoning streams of water where herders took their flock to drink, or employ other violent tactics. When cows die, herders tend to attack the culprit communities. In other cases, farming communities have hired mercenaries to carry out reprisal attacks against herders. In both instances, it is important to note that neither side trusts law enforcement or the justice system to intervene justly and in a timely manner. The mercenaries and other opportunistic bandits, while carrying out these attacks, steal cattle from herders and travel across borders to sell them. The reprisal attacks against herding communities and theft of cattle further exacerbates the conflict as herdsmen go out of their way to exact revenge. And so the cycle goes. However, rather than back down, the herders began acquiring sophisticated weapons, and the attacks against farming communities became more consistent, resulting in the crisis we experience now.
I'm going to, it was on Sunday. I am very young lad. Do it. Now, for the shooting the show, for an Robuka, once in the Mugapa is in. Nah, Yabaka Mukasha, nay, young thing. But time came now, nay, Yanina, only the Yatu. But my time came on where the Tana can use in the Ya. Only Namukasha. Now, you're Lanu Shima. Open Rupa, I will get to file and follow that to Buka.
In late February 2016, a series of attacks believed to be committed in retaliation for the killing of cows belonging to the predominantly Fulani herders led to a series of massacres in Agatu, Benue State. These incidents led to thousands of people displaced from their homes to IDP camps all around the country as their land and houses were burnt down and people murdered.
Since 2011, we have been displaced under our in our neighboring community from 2011, and I cannot be able to go there and settle in my place because if you go to my place now, our community is totally brought down by the Igba community. So since 2011, we reside in Obagadi. This is where we are staying.
Fulani militia are responsible for some of the attacks, which are mostly around the riverine areas where the farmers are residing. And also, more persistently, it is communal crisis. They have been displaced from time and time again as a result of attacks on each other. And this have for reasons of land dispute. And for over 10 years, some people have been living away.
That is a very remote location. It's not an easy place to get to. So when the attacks happened, first to even get information was not very easy. We didn't really know. So the communities, people who worked in the space, NGO workers, said there was this number of people killed. Then next thing you know, the authorities come out and say, no, it was only and debunk. So again, we're not keeping track. We don't have data. And then we play these games with numbers, So if there's one person dead, the authorities should not say only one person died. One person dead is one person too many.
While people have tensions, which is bound to come up in any society, they've been exacerbated because of the failure of the authorities to actually ensure that there is accountability when any sort of violence takes place. And so people started giving it various definitions. You hear one day that it's an attack against Christians or it's an attack against minorities. It's just one thing to the other. And that's really because it's been allowed to fester.
This is why I'm here, because I was displaced by neighboring groups. There's a conflict, that is a war. And I left that place since about 5 years back. Since when I came here, I have no means of living. I have 3 wives and 17 children. My children are not able to go to school because even to feed it, I find it very difficult. How can I talk about feeding my children?
The Aguilar community is filled up with almost about 15,000 IDPs who have been displaced from across 11 communities within Agatu. And the situation doesn't seem to be improving.
The Agatu situation is sad, but that's the situation across a lot of the Middle Belt, a lot of the country, where we seem to have just given up, really. And you just hear about these, we killed XYZ bandits in so places. But if you're killing them, how come they're still able to attack?
The indigene settler clash adds another dimension to the conflict in the Middle Belt.
Dakar, Makudi local government. Chokwa embalu yanu Furani 214 wurusha moya tankara nyi yang ulad juji. Ange Furani ba zina se chisa chisi duwe. Nande se ya aka ya hama kwachi ya bibihi na si duwe. Ngen zan seba pacho hide yemenga. Pacho kya ine bembalu jala.
In Plateau State, for instance, the population is made up of ethnic groups who are predominantly Christian. These are considered to be indigenes of the capital city of Jos. The predominantly Muslim Hausa and Fulani ethnic groups are considered to be settlers or non-indigenes and so do not enjoy certain privileges, such as access to political, economic, and communal resources. These divisions, which are largely ethno-religious in nature, have led to some violent clashes between indigenes and settlers in the Middle Belt. A third dimension to this conflict is the rapid growth of agrarian, herding, and mining activities in the region. This problem is further worsened by the fact that the land is also rapidly degrading while population growth is on the rise, leading to more mouths and fewer resources to make that happen. As the violence rages on, its impact on agriculture, livestock, and trade cannot be overlooked in the Middle Belt, which is essential to the country's food production. The resultant IDP and humanitarian crisis also portends more challenges for the country as thousands of unaccompanied minors continue to roam the streets of Nigeria and will very likely end up as the perpetrators or casualties of these perennial conflicts. While farming communities in the Middle Belt continue to be ravaged by gangs of armed herdsmen, the northwestern region continues to be under attack by a gang of bandits. In recent years, bandits in the Northwest have become headline staples for kidnapping, armed robbery, murder, rape, cattle rustling, and the exploitation of environmental resources.
These are attacks on southern Kaduna, and they have spanned for so long. Before I was born, and I'm 30 years old, has there ever been a time when southern Kaduna was not under attack?
Their activities, like those of Boko Haram and the killer headsmen, have resulted in the deaths and displacement of tens of thousands. These gang of bandits also seem to have symbiotic relationships with the header gangs in the Middle Belt and Boko Haram in the Northeast. Sometimes they are hybrids of either.
Those old men where they no fit run to go anywhere, they kill them. Plus the children when no grow rich anywhere, they kill them. Plus the pregnant women where they no go fit run go anywhere, they also kill them.
So many atrocities have happened in Nigeria over the years, and the perpetrators are not punished. It only feeds the cycle.
Sometimes we tend to have these conversations with very big, flowery words, but let's come back to the reality on ground that our people are dying.
Nigeria is under a severe internal and security threat with political, economic, and environmental dimensions. Each of these variances has critically affected the stability of the nation and can be traced back to many factors in which the Fulani herdsmen appear to be a key reason.
The issue of insecurity in the Northwest emanated firstly from Zamfara around 2010, and it started as a result of misunderstanding between the farmers and the herders on land usage, where the farmers are complaining that the Fulanis are encroaching their farmland, while the Fulanis are complaining that the farmers are encroaching their grazing land. That was basically the genesis of the conflict and the crisis in the northwestern region of Nigeria as far back as 2010.
The rise of banditry in the Northwest is not unrelated to the impoverishment in the region. However, the large reserves of mineral resources is an often less talked about factor, leading to the increased spate of violence we have seen in recent years. Artisanal mining of mineral resources is widespread in states like Zamfara, which has experienced some of the worst atrocities by bandits.
Headers on farmers' violence has escalated in recent years. It used to be imaginable decades back.
Apple.
which seemed more like a half-hearted attempt to salve the wounds that had been in both warring sides.
The rising sun of Biafra is set forever. It will be a great disservice for anyone to continue to use the word Biafra to refer to any part of the East Central state of Nigeria. The tragic chapter of violence is just ended. We are at the dawn of national reconciliation. Once again, we have an opportunity to build a new nation.
Most Igbos, the group that were largely victimized by the Nigerian government, have grown up with the consequence of an entire generation's loss, and with it, a transmission of stories of how these losses were occasioned by word of mouth. The recent agitation for a Biafran state can be traced back to the rise in popularity of one man who has been pushing the agenda for over a decade. Many Nigerians in other parts of the country likely came to the know of Nnamdi Kanu after he was arrested and detained upon arrival in Nigeria in 2015. Before then, Kanu had been agitating for a succession of southeastern states from London, where he employed the use of social media and Radio Biafra to push the agenda. The group Kanu leads is known as the Indigenous People of Biafra, or IPOB, and in 2017, the Nigerian government declared it a terrorist organization. Kanu's arrest had led to several protests in the region, resulting in the extrajudicial killings of at least 150 peaceful pro-Biafra protesters in the southeast. In August 2017, a month before it declared IPOB a terrorist organization, the Nigerian government launched a military operation called Python Dance in an attempt to suppress the agitations in the region.
For regions that do not trust one another, because they don't know when it's going to be their turn to suffer this form of atrocities.
Like its response to the peaceful protests, the military operation led to the deaths of several pro-Biafra activists and an alleged assassination attempt against Kanu. Like in the past, the Nigerian government has refused to be accountable for the recent killings in the southeast. Rather, the government has tried to misrepresent the situation in southeast to justify its actions.
The Asaba massacre of October 7, 1967 happened just for one reason. The leader of the first coup on 15 January 1966, Chukwuma Ozeogu, was from Okpanam, which is next door to Asaba. Now, because Okpanam till today is a small village, most Okpanam people, if you ask them, where are you from, they will say Asaba. So a lot of people thought that Ozeogu was from Asaba. Time to kill, go and kill all the Asin. So they killed, like, Asin. It was so bad that Asaba was not even counted in the 1973 census. That's how bad that massacre was.
The government's continuous use of force in the region further deepens the calls for secession. An example of this is the instance of state actors randomly picking up young men and accusing them of being members of IPOB. These state actors are perhaps emboldened by the people in leadership, like the Nigerian president, who uses dangerous and dehumanizing language when speaking about indigenes of the region, or the Inspector General of the Police, who recently encouraged officers to do whatever it takes, including breaching human rights, to maintain order in the region. In 2018, there was public concern about the Army's willingness to deploy militarized troops in civilian areas, mostly to battle domestic agitations. So once again, the Nigerian government is seen to be terrorizing a group of people who were deeply mistrustful of it.
Let us assume you have 30,000 men for 3 broad regions, east, west, north. The north is 79% of Nigeria's land area. That leaves 21%. The west is 15% of Nigeria's land area. That leaves 6%. That's the east. The east is geographically the smallest region in the country. When you deploy the same number of security personnel to west, east, and north, by natural reason of geographical density, the east looks more crowded.
All of this is culminating half a century after the initial struggle for a Biafran state. And while both the Biafran and Nigerian state actors are yet to take responsibility for the roles they played during the Civil War. For Biafran agitators, the pain and injustice have festered, and the recent use of force by the Nigerian state has established a basis for further pro-Biafra agitation. The end of 2020 marked a turning point in the Biafran succession movement. The group, which had largely maintained a non-militant stance, formed a paramilitary offshoot known as the Eastern Security Network, ESN, in December 2020. IPOB claims that the ESN was created to defend Southeast locals from attacks by Fulani herdsmen, who continue to trespass on their farmlands and in many cases assault and murder residents. It is still too early to make any conclusions about the nature of operations of the ESN. However, the group has already been under attack by the Nigerian security forces. The possibility of reprisal attacks loom, and once again, we are possibly witnessing the origin of yet another cult gang in Nigeria. The Niger Delta is one of the world's largest wetlands and Africa's largest delta, covering some 70,000 square kilometers. It lies within the Igbo Plateau and the Cross River Valley. The dominant view sees the constituent states of the region as Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Though a relatively small region, the south of the country provides the economic powerhouse of the economy. In addition to oil and gas, the region equally contributes other key resources, with massive investment opportunities in tourism and agriculture. Despite the vast amount of wealth in this region, the continuous mismanagement of oil and the revenue generated from the industry over decades has led to huge amounts of land, water, and air pollution. These issues, compounded by poor access to basic amenities such as electricity, education, primary healthcare, and sanitation, make the region one of the most inhabitable places in Nigeria.
What we have seen in Niger Delta is a situation where oil companies have always depended on the state and the security apparatus to provide the cover for them to carry out reckless exploitation of crude oil in the Niger Delta region. That itself is economic atrocity.
The South-South region of Nigeria, also known as the Niger Delta, is home to over 30 million people. This oil-rich region is Nigeria's golden goose and one of Africa's most important oil-producing zones. Yet it remains one of the most polluted places on earth. Its residents continue to live in squalor, despite the wealth derived from natural resources found on their lands.
When oil was discovered in 1956 and Nigeria became independent in 1960, that was the relations of production that went into the Niger Delta and has continued up till now.
A World Bank report in 2013 states that the Niger Delta had some of the highest youth unemployment levels in the country, with about 38.4% in Bayelsa and 27.9% in River States, compared to the national average at 21.1%. These environmental and socio-economic realities birthed activism within the region, which saw young people banding together to demand recourse from the government.
From the very start, we've had a long history of atrocities committed by multinational oil companies in collaboration with federal government. One of the most notable instances where this happened was in a community in River State, a chain local government area called Umuechen. Shell arrived in Umoichim in the year 1958 and began the job of extracting crude oil from that community. Before they came, they made promises, as they always do, about schools, good roads, welfare, healthcare, and all that to the people. And the people, with arms open, embrace Shell.
Up to today, we do not have 1 grain of rice. We live in the euphoria of being an oil producing community, and that's all.
30 years on, unfulfilled promises pushed the people to mobilize in a peaceful protest. The people of Umuechim gathered at a place called the Y Junction in the middle of town, well away from the Shell plants.
What did Shell do? They called in the Nigerian security forces, and security forces came to Umuechim community and basically murdered everybody they could find.
At around 6:37, we were in the village when we started hearing shots from a Guruta. Before Umuechim could know what was happening, they had entered into this community. They have shot up 3 or 4 boys. Lawson Jack, with Godwin Abbey, the governor of the state then, had sent not Shell police, but Mopol 19 from Port Harcourt to come annihilate and completely destroy Umuechim community.
Shot, the kill, they burnt over 400 houses. Residents of Umuechim ran into the palace of their chief and locked the door.
When he came out dressed in his full, the police would see him and recognize him as a high-class chief. The police shot him and killed him in his house and destroyed his building, and his building fell on him. This was the palace of the Royal Highness, Chief A.A. Odo, the paramount ruler of Igbo Kingdom. If you look at that, you see the pillars of the house. That's the grave there.
You see, I've been my husband. I was there with my husband. And they shoot my husband. So I believe the fine way to go out. And from this place, from that door. All this place is not. No one welcome me to give us money to build the house. Even check is with them, it's with the government. No church like it.
The man, up till this moment, nobody, the state government has not made any mention of him. They have not said anything about him. For a royal majesty to be killed in his house during a crisis, up to no moment, nothing has been done to pacify the family or pacify the community or his kingdom.
It was a dark day in the small town of Umuechim. It has been 3 decades and no one has been held accountable.
The police killed so much people that they had to hire 2 tippers to carry corpses and throw into the Otamene River, Chokocho area.
These atrocities have infuriated the people, leading to all kinds of agitations that have taken different forms.
I lost my wife and 2 children. Up to this moment, I don't know where they were buried, if they were buried at all.
However, the Nigerian government, as it often does, responded with force. This was evident in the killing of the Ogoni 9 in 1995 by the then Sani Abacha-led government. The Ogoni 9 were members of the movement of the survival of the Ogoni people, MOSO, which was founded by Ken Saro-Wiwa in 1990. The group organized a peaceful protest in 1993, and a year later, Saro-Wiwa and 8 other leaders of the group were accused of being involved in the murder of 4 pro-government chiefs. This led to their detention and trial by military tribunal. Saro-Wiwa and the other 8 leaders of Mossad were eventually sentenced to death and executed in 1995. The use of violence by the Nigerian government against Mossad in addition to the frustrations of life in the Niger Delta, crippled by environmental and socio-economic challenges, led to the emergence of gangs and armed groups in Niger Delta. Since they could not draw attention to their plight by coordinating peacefully, local youths resolved to use any means necessary, including taking up arms to launch a war against the Nigerian state.
In the late 1990s and the early 2000s, we saw the proliferation of small and light arms in the Niger Delta area, and agitators actually asking for succession, resource control, and so on and so forth. Real issues started popping up, and they could back up their arguments with arms. Because it was the only way the states and the oil companies could listen when they were able to demonstrate they had an equal capacity for violence. And that's where things basically went south.
Political abductions soon became rampant in the South-South. In the face of failure by the Nigerian government to address the abductions, private companies and individuals began to pay ransoms for the release of the abductees. This quickly transformed the nature and motivations of abduction from being purely political to being commercial.
In between election cycles, the gangs must survive. And they survive mostly through kidnapping and armed robbery. We see a tripod. We see political patronage as the key enabler, cultism as the key foundation, and then kidnapping, killings, and armed robbery as the manifestations of a problem which is created by the political ruling class in the Niger Delta region. That's the connection.
So the Niger Delta is a very complicated jigsaw puzzle that's, I'm afraid, is going to be with us for a very long time. And it was going to get worse as the oil dries up.
Chima Ipunado, Ifeanyi Onyekwere, Ifeanyi Osuji, Osaze Friday, and Ogbonna. Kingsley Tariwa of the Boss Night Club fame, we have traveled them. Alan Chuwoko, who was killed by members of the armed forces, specifically Operation Data Save of the Nigerian Army. For the boutique seller weeks away by members of the OSPAC in the Kwere local government area in Rivers State. The victims suffered of extreme torture, are kidnapped. Up to now as I speak, they are yet to prosecute the officers. This form of atrocious act needs to stop in Rivers State.
As militant gangs waged war against the Nigerian government, a more sinister storm was brewing. Local political leaders and elites in the region found that militant gangs could be bought and used to interfere with the electoral process. This transformed the dynamics of cult gangs in the Niger Delta.
In Nigerian political circles, let's start with Rivers State. You have a situation where politicians armed various groups for whatever reason. For arming these people, whether it's elections or whether it's to fight Boko Haram, retrieving those guns is difficult. Now, when you're unable to retrieve those guns, the next thing you have to ask yourself is, what jobs are you providing for these people in order to make them not use those guns?
Every cycle of election in Rivers State sees gang members thrown up, gangs recruiting fast, and gang members becoming, the in people. I mean, their support is routinely solicited by politicians. They are the ones who snatch the ballot boxes, intimidate opponents, form the foot soldiers for politicians and all that. We see consistently an increase in the use of gang members.
You had a governor come into one of INEC's centers with his gangs. Now, these were not the army or police orderlies accompanying a governor. There were these political thugs. We call them political thugs during election season. At other times, they're just economic violence matches across the country.
How do you solve those problems when in Rivers State alone you have more than 100 gangs, all answering to different masters? Who do you kill and who do you spare? Because the brutal fact is that to solve that gang problem, some gangs have to be wiped out completely. So who makes that call?
In the vast expanse of Nigeria's northwest, a silent struggle persists. Here, amidst the challenges of peace, security, and civic participation, a community grapples with the complexities of its reality.
Northwest Nigeria over the past decade has become synonymous with insecurity, with a lot of violence. We report cases of intercommunal violence, intracommunal violence, mixed feelings. Many, while grateful for a country they could call their own, were saddened by its poor development indices, in particular, endemic poverty and insecurity. Many attribute this state of affairs to bad governance, but feel constrained in hearing their views on this. The civic space in Nigeria has increasingly become repressed, and free speech has become increasingly difficult.
How can you decree capital punishment for exercising, quote unquote, a God-given right, which is freedom of speech? We were not born in silence. We were born with the facility of speech. And speech is supposed to be the conveyance of the realities of life as we see, as we experience that life.
The government has also sought to regulate civil society through draconian legislation with very troubling narrative, the role of civil society in Nigeria.
The decency we have in our country, the decency we have in the society is basically because there are people who are fighting for our rights to be upheld. And when you find a situation where most especially the business communities think to all about fraternizing with the political class and just getting their way in there, they forget that when the civil society is shut down, it means those in government are capable of doing whatever they want to do unchecked.
Corrupt, forces of destabilization, funding terrorists. But are these charges true? Are they a misunderstanding or a deliberate attempt at tainting the public's perception of the only true opposition, demanding accountability, rights, and dignity?
From the first day that we returned to democratic rule, and the people, they've been the ones who spoke up during the time of Obasanjo, the third term attempt, the unlawful and undemocratic removal of governors. They were in the forefront.
In roughly 60 years preceding independence, leaders and groups have been at the forefront of framing the nation and its development. At every turn in Nigeria's history, civil society has pointed directions for growth, democracy, education, health, and nationhood. In this span of time, organized civil society has displayed fervor and bravery in the face of systemic tyranny and state capture. Nigerians have refused to be docile, and each generation has had its moment of stepping to the plate and demanding for a Nigeria that works. The most recent step into the plate began merely a week after the 60th independence anniversary. The country witnessed one of the best coordinated social movements in its history. Across Nigeria, thousands of citizens, in particular its young people, took to the streets to demand an end to the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, popularly known as SARS, which for years has been known for its brutalization and extrajudicial killings of many innocent Nigerians.
If you gather 5 people in Nigeria
certainly in Lagos and probably in Nigeria today, you will find that at least 3 of them know somebody who has had some encounter with police brutality. It may not be SARS, but it's they will certainly be able to recount that to you. And I think, or extortion or whatever it is, the ways in which the police fall short of what they ought to be.
There's something to be said about a citizenry that's young, a citizenry that's angry, a citizenry that's frustrated with not just the spate of killings, but the intentional disinformation, the intentional misinformation, but also the intentionality to sow seeds of discord across ethnic, religious, and political lines.
The protests defied conventional Euro-led movements and were led by everyone out on the streets as well as those behind the keyboards on social media.
What digital media did was to open access to a wide range, over 30 million Nigerians, for example, write editorial opinion on Facebook every day. They are on Twitter, they are on so many of these platforms. So they are able to articulate their views, their vision, and they're able to fight their combats.
The tipping point for the EndSARS movement can largely be attributed to the growth in technology and digital advocacy in the past decade. Before EndSARS, Nigeria had witnessed several other iconic movements that began with the digital space, including the Not Too Young to Run movement, the VAP Act, the Arewa Me Too. And these movements all gathered momentum online and led to measurable results on the ground.
That hashtag prompted a lot of women in northern Nigeria to come out and talk about their sexual abuse experiences. So that did a lot in breaking the culture of silence. These women were mentioning their abusers.
In December 2015, groups of Nigerians and also civil society groups did a march to the National Assembly to demand that the social media bill that then was they wanted to implement was a stop was put to it. Even though 5 years later, it's still back on the table. But it helped because a lot of people didn't understand the implication. A lot of people didn't understand what it meant. And it took the civil society, explaining to people, creating that awareness and letting people understand what was going on.
The Nigerian civic space has been a vibrant and inspiring force, a fact that can be traced all the way back to pre-independence Nigeria. Bad governance, but feel constrained in hearing their views on this. The civic space in Nigeria has increasingly become repressed, and free speech has become increasingly difficult.
How can you decree capital punishment for exercising, quote unquote, a God-given right, which is freedom of speech? We were not born in silence. We were born with the facility of speech. And speech is supposed to be the conveyance of the realities of life as we see, as we experience that life.
The government has also sought to regulate civil society through draconian legislation with very troubling narrative on the role of civil society in Nigeria.
The decency we have in our country, the decency we have in the society is basically because there are people who are fighting for our rights to be upheld. And when you find a situation where most especially the business communities think to all about fraternizing with the political class and just getting their way in there, they forget that when the civil society is shut down, it means those in government are capable of doing whatever they want to do unchecked.
Corrupt,
forces of destabilization, funding terrorists. But are these charges true? Are they a misunderstanding or a deliberate attempt at tainting the public's perception of the only true opposition demanding accountability, rights, and dignity?
And the people who have been in the forefront of holding this line, civil society. They've been the ones who spoke up during the time of Obasanjo, the third term attempts, the unlawful and undemocratic removal of governors. They were in the forefront.
In roughly 60 years preceding independence and the 60 years that have followed, Nigeria's civic leaders and groups have been at the forefront of framing the nation and its development. At every turn in Nigeria's history, civil society has pointed directions for growth, democracy, education, health, and nationhood. In this span of time, organized civil society has displayed fervor and bravery in the face of systemic tyranny and state capture. Nigerians have refused to be docile, and each generation has had its moment of stepping to the plate and demanding for a Nigeria that works. The most recent step into the plate began merely a week after the nation's 60th independence anniversary. The country witnessed one of the best coordinated social movements in its history. Across Nigeria, thousands of citizens, in particular its young people, took to the streets to demand an end to the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, popularly known as SARS, which for years has been known for its brutalization and extrajudicial killings of many innocent Nigerians.
If you gather 5 people in Nigeria, certainly in Lagos and probably in Nigeria today, you will find that at least 3 of them know somebody who has had you. And I think, or extortion or whatever it is, the ways in which the police fall short of what they ought to be.
There's something to be said about a citizenry that's young, a citizenry that's angry, a citizenry that's frustrated with not just the spate of killings, but the intentional disinformation, the intentional misinformation, but also the intentionality to sow seeds of discord across ethnic, religious, and political lines.
The protests defied conventional Euro-led movements and were led by everyone out on the streets as well as those behind the keyboards on social media.
What digital media did was to open access to a wide range, over 30 million Nigerians, for example, write editorial opinion on Facebook every day. They are on Twitter, they are on so many of these platforms. So they are able to articulate their views, their vision, and they're able to fight their combats.
The tipping point for the NSAS movement can largely be attributed to the growth in technology and digital advocacy in the past decade. Before NSAS, Nigeria had witnessed several other iconic movements that began with the digital space, including the Not Too Young to Run movement, the VAP Act, the Arewa Me Too. And these movements all gathered momentum online and led to measurable results on the ground.
That hashtag prompted a lot of women in northern Nigeria to come out and talk about their sexual abuse experiences. So that did a lot in breaking the culture of silence. These women were mentioning their abuser.
In December 2015, groups of Nigerians and also civil society groups did a march to the National Assembly to demand that the social media bill that then was years later, it's still back on the table. But it helped because a lot of people didn't understand the implication. A lot of people didn't understand what it meant. And it took the civil society, explaining to people, creating that awareness and letting people understand what was going on.
The Nigerian civic space has been a vibrant and inspiring force, a fact that can be traced all the way back to pre-independence Nigeria.
Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, with a population of over 204 million people, enjoys a diverse emerging market and a growing economy worth more than $500 billion. From the highlands of the north to the tropics of the south, her beauty demands to be experienced, just like her resources demand exploitation. Despite being rich in culture and a vast amount of natural resources, Nigeria struggles with her biggest resource, its human resource. Corruption, insecurity, insurgency, terrorism, and a myriad of atrocities continually mitigate growth in every part of the country, and the people have nowhere to run.
Borno State is one of the most beautiful parts of this country, the entire Northeast region. You think about the different cultures, the Kanuris, the Hausas, the Fulanis, all living peacefully together, all the ethnic groups. When you think about the activities that went on in the Chad, Lake Chad region, it was really the food basket in Nigeria.
These mass atrocities continually spread, threatening the entire country, with the numbers of lives lost at an alarming rate. Silence is no longer an option. Northeastern Nigeria, the center of operation of some of the nation's deadliest cult gangs and the epicenter of the longest insurgency and humanitarian crisis in the nation's history.
The Boko Haram insurgency started with a Muslim group advocating or speaking about, issues around marginalization and just neglect from the authorities in their communities, gathering communities and people together to be able to share, ideologies and ideas of how they think their communities can progress better.
A decade of armed violence has destroyed the lives and the livelihood of thousands of civilians, causing mass displacements across the region. At least 27,000 people have been killed, and more than 2 million have fled their villages since the beginning of the insurgency crisis.
Kuma daga Maiduguri ne zuwa nan. Na zo anan daga Maiduguri ba abin da ya kawo ni, akan fada ne ya kawo ni anan Maiduguri, daga Maiduguri. Yanzu anan ma baban na ina mama na anan ma ban sani ba ne. Akan me ne duk Boko Haram ne ya zo ya kore mu. Amma ba wanda zai mana taimako zai gyara wurin, mana babu. Lokacin da ni suna shiga nan, ni ina ɗakina ne, amma ni da mutane na suna tare. Ya riga ya su ya kore mu ne, mu gudu mu fita, ni kuma na fita hanya daban ne. Kuma taimakon ma a hanya ne na fita ma da yunwa da abu ne na zo na shiga hannu.
According to the United Nations Organization for Crisis and Humanitarian Assistance, at least 8 million people in this region will require humanitarian assistance in 2021. The conflict and its resulting humanitarian crisis are the latest additions to a deadly cocktail that had been brewing long before the first terrorist attack in 2009. Before the insurgency crisis, the Northeast had some of the worst human development indicators in Nigeria. A 2016 report by the World Bank found that the Northeast was the only region that had not reported a reduction in the incidence of poverty between 2004 to 2013.
The northeast part of Nigeria and the Lake Chad region is as a result of social, economic, environmental, and religious factors intertwined together to create and sustain the combustible mixture that has resulted in deaths of thousands of people and displacement of millions of people in the region.
That region is one of the poorest in Nigeria, has the lowest educational level in Nigeria, and then coupled with climate change, which led to the shrinking of Lake Chad and of religious extremism, which is largely built from the inequity that the people in the region suffered in looking for hope and in looking for governance, that religious extremism started to take place in there.
Of recent, it seems that they've reached a sort of detente, that there are areas that belong to Boko Haram, there are areas that belong to the Nigerian state, as it were. And the Nigerian state appears to have given up the countryside, especially in Borno states, to the insurgents.
During the same period, the Northeast was reported to have had a shrinking middle class, resulting in the largest increase in income inequality in Nigeria. The prevalence of multidimensional poverty as a leading causal factor of the crisis in the Northeast cannot be overstated. However, the presence of religious extremists was another factor. Boko Haram, known in Arabic as Jumatu al-Sunnah Lidawati wal Jihad, meaning people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teaching and jihad, was formed in Maiduguri, the capital of northeastern Borno State. It is believed that the group was founded around 2001 by Muhammad Yusuf. As has been the case across other regions in the country, the radicalization of the group began after Nigerian authorities tried to use force to subdue it. Yusuf was murdered by the Nigerian police force in broad daylight while phone cameras were filming.
The killing of their leader, Muhammad Yusuf, in broad daylight with his body slain across the streets really agitated people and fueled a lot of anger that has turned into the uncontrollable circumstances that people are living in the Northeast region today.
He was shot at a close range while seated with his hands bound behind him. The first terrorist attack in the region happened shortly after Yusuf was killed. As the spate of attacks increased, the Nigerian army would raid villages and carry out brutal attacks against innocent civilians who they suspected were members of Boko Haram. In this manner, thousands of young men disappeared. In their reasoning, if they were not killed or conscripted into the insurgency, they were covert members who spied and acted as runners for the group. With a high incidence of poverty and a war raging between Boko Haram and the Nigerian army, many indigents became increasingly desperate, and others sought to exact revenge against the military for arresting, disappearing, or killing their innocent loved ones. It became relatively easy to recruit new members to join Boko Haram because the group promised payment to its members. The alternative would have been to wallow in extreme poverty or possibly end up killed by the Nigerian army.
The Nigerian government itself was complicit in the atrocities that led to the growth of the demon called Boko Haram today.
Nigeria has a habit of rewarding men with guns who can bring violence to bear. So if we reward men with guns, why not pick up your own gun and get your seat at the table?
As the group became more radical, it began to receive support from other international terrorist groups. And as the Nigerian government pumped in more arms and money to the region to combat Boko Haram, the stronger the gang grew.
After the Dapchi kidnaps, when huge ransoms were paid, there was a surge in Boko Haram activity shortly after. So it's not a stretch to link such an action and such payments to purchase of new weapons and the ability to pay fighters and the ability to import fighters.
While the gang struggled to fight off the Nigerian army, tension was brewing within its ranks, adding another dimension to the crisis in the northeast. Dissidents within Boko Haram broke off in 2016 to form ISWAP, or the Islamic State in West African province. The region has since been thrown into a war triangle, with Boko Haram fighting against the Nigerian government and ISWAP, the Nigerian government fighting both gangs, and the ISWAP fighting against both the Nigerian government and Boko Haram. In northeast Nigeria, the enemy of your enemy is not your friend. Since the Boko Haram insurgency began, every year, thousands of Nigerians are displaced across the country.
People have been serially displaced. So you're displaced first by some herdsmen attacking you. Then a flood comes, whatever little thing you manage to gather takes you away. Now the attacks are back. You know, and no one is talking. Nobody's really saying.
While most are displaced due to perennial violence, some are due to environmental disasters such as desertification, floods, erosion, all which are often preventable or could have been managed more effectively. The Middle Belt region of Nigeria is fast becoming the epicenter of this crisis, with a mix of both natural and man-made disasters.
It's all right. Hello, good morning, everyone. I think it's high time we start this auspicious event right away. And we are so sorry for keeping you late. It's like we are quite late a bit. Yeah. On every occasion, our prayers are very important. So we are going to make it this way. Muslim faith and Christian faith, please let's give a 1 minute for prayers. Everyone should like pray on his own faith. We are on prayer, so it's like, okay. So on the agenda, are we through with the prayers, please? Oh, thank you very much. On the agenda, what we have here is arrival and registration, which you have gone through already. We want to recognize some dignitaries among us here. First, we have SP Shamsuddin Salisu, DPO. Where is he, please? Guiwa Division. Thank you very much, sir. Why are we clapping so weak? This is early morning. No? Second person is Dr. Aosan Florissant, Deputy Commissioner, Deputy Commandant of NSCDC Sokoto Command. Thank you very much, ma'am. Among us here is Nuhu Labo Serikin. I don't understand. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for saying. Where is he, please? Okay. Okay. Then we have Abdul Fatai Kasarkian Yaraba. Thank you. Professor Tukur Namaka, Executive Secretary, Female Education Board. Sir, you're welcome. Going out, right? The next person is Reverend Father Atta Burkindo, He is the ED Kuka Center, Executive Director at Kuka Center. There among us here is Sheikh Muhammad, DG Human Rights NGO and Donor Agency. Where is he, please? Thank you very much. So I think it's right time now. It's high time now we have a national anthem. Please let's stand up for our national anthem.
Nigerians all have come to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. It is our battle honored, and this we count as gain. Children, of honor without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. The program is high-level town team, and the program is themed Building Collaborative Pathways for Women's Inclusion in Peace and Security. And you should take note that this program is streaming live from at Global Rights SNG Nigeria, then Global Rights Nigeria. So the next thing on our agenda is going to be remark and scene setting. Mr. Edosa, if I called it correct, he's the program manager at Global Rights. Please let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Safia. Thank you. Thank you very much, Safia. Let me have this. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, before I go on to say why I came out here to talk, first, just to say thank you, Safia. I will be co-anchoring this event together. But let me properly acknowledge once again those that are here with us already, dignitaries we have in the room already. Others are on their way to join us. When they come in, we properly acknowledge them. Let me acknowledge the representative of the Commissioner of Police, with the DPO of Wiwi Division, SP Shasuddin Salisu. Thank you very much again, sir, for joining us. And of course, the representative of the state commandants of the NSCDC, the deputy commandants of the NSCDC, Dr. Awosan Florence. Thank you very much, madam, for joining us. And of course, just to say this event is put together by Global Rights, the Kuka Center, Isawale Empowerment Foundation, and of course, in collaboration with the Community Dialogue Committee, the CDC in Sokoto State. And it's, of course, it's funded by the UK FCDO fund. Ladies and gentlemen, last year at about this time, we were here again in this hall, in this particular hall, addressing very critical issues of women inclusion in peace building, addressing critical issues of building community resilience against violent extremism. Which has become an institutionalized platform now. For us to have every year, we have a town hall like this, where we have conversation on how to promote women inclusion in security and peace building, and of course, to build community resilience against violence extremism. The In February 2023, a project was conceived and it started running in Sokoto and Kaduna. For details of the project, if you look at the back of your program, you will see details of the project, which is titled Deploying Strategies for Increasing Access to Justice and Promoting Credible, Peaceful, Democratic Process in Northwest Nigeria. So the project is an intervention that is aimed at promoting women's inclusion in peace building, as I've said, in peace building processes and building community resilience against violence extremism. And as I've said, Global Rights is implementing this project in partnership with the Kuka Center and the Sawale Empowerment Initiative, with support from the Integrated Security Fund or the Nigeria Stability Program of the UK FCDO. We have recorded key successes since the project started, but I will not go into taking us through some of the success stories, as we will hear directly from those on ground that are implementing the projects in the communities. So we'll have time to hear from them. But this morning, let me, on behalf of the Executive Director of Global Rights, Ms. Abiodun Bayero, say a formal welcome to everybody once again, and then to just give me a minute to just read through some of our thoughts for this program today. Today, we'll be discussing the theme Building Collaborative Pathways for Women's Inclusion in Peace and Security. I almost forgot that there was somebody translating here. I was talking with the speed of light, so let me talk slowly so he can catch up. So as I said, we are discussing building collaborative pathways for women's inclusion in peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, we are reminded of the profound importance of fostering inclusive approaches to peace and security in Northwest Nigeria. This region has endured significant challenges, from conflicts to humanitarian crisis, all of which disproportionately affect women and girls. Yet, women and girls remain underrepresented in processes that shape solutions to this crisis. To achieve sustainable peace, we must prioritize the inclusion of women in decision-making and action frameworks. Women bring unique perspectives and experiences that are valuable in conflict resolution, community rebuilding, and preventing future violence and attacks. Building collaborative pathways for women's inclusion requires intentional partnership between governments, civil society, and community leaders. And as such, policies like the Nigeria Armed Forces Gender Policy and the National Action Plan for implementing the UNSR 1325 must move beyond rhetorics to tangible actions. Stakeholders must create platforms for dialogue, capacity building, and leadership development to empower women as key players in peace building efforts. At the community level, traditional and religious leaders must champion these efforts, and they must foster environments where women's voices are valued and heard. Finally, the future of Northwest Nigeria depends on our ability to work together to dismantle barriers and amplify the contribution of women. We must recognize that peace and security are collective responsibilities, and women's inclusion is not optional, it is imperative. Let this be a call to action for all of us to strengthen collaboration and build pathways that enable women to lead in security, in securing the peace and property we all desire. Together, we can create a safer, more equitable future for all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. And we will move on now by taking just a few goodwill message, and then we will break at some point with the goodwill message and watch a short impact documentary of this project. but we'll just start by taking one or two of the goodwill messages first, and then we take a break, go to the impact documentary, and then come back and continue with the goodwill message. And so, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart with the goodwill message, please allow me to welcome the representative of the Commissioner of Police, Sokoto State Command, CP Ahmed Musa, who is here represented by the DPO Rural Division, SP Shamsuddin Salisu, as he gives the goodwill message for today.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Shamsuddin Salisu, SP, DPO Wiwa. On behalf of Commissioner of Police, Sokoto State Command, at the DJSO, I'm seeking permission from the Chairman of the Organizing Committee to sign the existing protocol. The stakeholders here present. It is high time for us to know that one tree cannot make a forest, and it has been long we are cooking our food without salt, taking our tea without sugar. Women are considered to be a critical stakeholders in peace and security. Without them, this cannot go well. And it is known fact that peace and security are critical fact in issues across the globe, with intended stigma to economic, political, social, and other developmental preference of human endeavor. In an attempt to accelerate global peace and security, involvement of critical stakeholders, national and international, is expected to come on board for planning, peace process, peace building, and implementation of peace enforcement. Based on this, however, there is need to resuscitate and consider the role of women as a critical stakeholder in peace and from grassroots to international stage, both in conflicts and post-conflict spaces. Their role and inclusiveness in roundtable negotiation, protection of civilians, and the prevention from sexual and gender-based violence, LGBT, as well as other differentiated impacts devoid of discrimination, cannot be overemphasized. It is equally important to note that the United Nations General Assembly, through the Security Council, is in its convention, resolution, and declarations, proposed the total elimination of all forms of discrimination and other related violence against women. And as said, it advocates for their recognition as critical stakeholders in peace building, peacemaking, and decision making. In view of their role and contribution in nation building, and the need for balanced role, the United Nations, it is core values, emphasize on gender equality and respect for diversity. As said, the United Nations Development Program
and feel the global rise so much in complementing the effort of our dear governor, His Excellency Dr. PhD, by putting the lives of various communities. With this, I raise a formal amendment to the governor himself, which few remarks. You know, I talk too much. Like, I wish to globalize and all the prominent technical committee organizing this high-level meeting are very best of luck. And thank you very much for
Thank you very much, Vice General. Ladies and gentlemen, minus again, you are here at this high-level committee to discuss having conversation within pathways for execution in peace and security, put together by Global Rights, the Kuka Center, the Sawai Empowerment Initiative, was the community that committee CDC. While the Director General was here speaking, we had some questions and the questions. And so you will allow me to just acknowledge their presence with us before I invest the time with it. Ladies and gentlemen, this the Archbishop Sokoto Diocese, the Reverend Dr. My Lordship, Reverend Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka. Thank you so very much, sir. And then we equally have another very important person join us while the Director General was speaking, who is actually the patron of the community CDC, the Seiki Yaki Gagi Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi. Please let's acknowledge him. And yet we had another person walk in while the Director General was speaking, and that is the Honorable Vice Chairman of Sokoto, Honorable Farouk Ahmad Soka, who is representing the chairman. And so I will just call him up just immediately, just for him to give his good remarks. Please let's welcome the Honorable Vice Chairman Sokoto South, who is our chief host here today, for his goodwill remark. You may come up, sir, and say what's yours. Thank you. Please let's applaud the chief host as he comes up. Subsidy has been removed from the clap, so you can clap freely.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. The organizers of this great occasion, the Sarkin Yakin Gagi, the Rebel Martin Kuka, and the representative of police, and the representative of civil defense, members, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I welcome you all to this great occasion. On behalf of my chairman, Secretary of Local Government, Malia Mohammed, and the hybrid represented here, so we welcome you all to this very important occasion. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you all and send back to your destination. Thank you very much. So, assalamu alaikum. Da yake an ce Hausa Sokoto ana Sokoto aka speaker ta ce. Jama'a assalamu alaikum. Mayan bakin mu kamar yadda na faɗi da turanci sauran bayan Allah suka samu halarta wannan ɗakin namu. A madadin mai gida na ce man sauka sa zuwa gambe bai samu zuwa halarta wannan wurin ba yana can gwamnati house wajen lalurar budget. ya umarci da yanzu in albarkaci wannan taron kuma alhamdulillahi na zo na samu taro yadda ya kamata saboda haka wannan abin da aka shirya waɗannan bayan Allah su kawo mana wannan ɗaukin sun yi ƙoƙari namijin ƙoƙari kuma ƙwarai kuma Allah wange saka musu alheri kun dai ji abin da DG ya faɗi matakin gwamnatin jiha ta ɗauka da ba da support ga wannan abubuwan haka mu ma matakin local government a shirin muke ba za mu bar mata a baya ba akwai shirarwa daban-daban waɗanda da yake yanzu muka shigo kusan watan mu guda da shigowa amma dai insha Allah mun shirya shirarwa daban-daban na taimaka mata insha Allah kuma ba da daɗiya ba za a fara ganin su saboda haka muna fata Allah ubangiji ya taimake mu ya taimaki gwamnatin jihar mu ya taimaki al'umma bankin mu zaki assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairman. While the Honorable Vice Chairman was speaking, we had another person walk into the room. I would like to acknowledge his presence with us. That's the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry for Religious Affairs, Dr. Sani Labaran. You're welcome, sir. We're so pleased to have you join us. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take a short break from the goodwill. We'll come back to it later. But we want to take us to the movies for the next 15 minutes. We are taking us to the cinema. And this special movie we are watching, the actors of these movies are right here in the hall. And as you watch them, you will see their faces, you will know them. And the movie is simply titled Impact. And it just documents what the CDC have been able to achieve in the last 1 year, and what these projects have been able to achieve in the last 1 year. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please sit tight. And there is no popcorn to share in the cinema. We just assume you are eating popcorn while we watch the cinema. Safia.
So kamar yadda dai ya yi bayani ainihin wani ɗan kallo ne za a ɗan sha a takaice kuma waɗanda suka gudanar da wannan shiri kamar aktocin wannan shirin suna nan tare da mu a cikin wannan ainihin hall ɗin kuma a daidai lokacin da kuke kallon wannan ainihin fim ɗin za ku gane fuskokinsu. Don haka ku kasance tare da mu kuma ku nishadantu da wannan ainihin movin da za mu samu ku.
Nigeria's northwest, a silent struggle persists. Here, amidst the challenges of peace, security, and civic participation, a community grasped the complexities of its reality.
Northwest Nigeria over the past decade has become synonymous with insecurity, the loss of violence, or cases of intracommunal violence, with ethnic and religious violence going on in communities that otherwise be at peace.
Always contestation over the existing resources to discuss resources with
issue of nepotisms among even the political class. They are the factors responsible for creating unrest and dispute and hatred between one another.
All of this political instability and economic headwinds culminated in casualties on all sides. The justice system was burdened, and therefore access for every citizen was limited, expectedly putting even more pressure on the family unit seeking redress. The shrinking coping mechanism on the home front was evident. The men could certainly not do it all alone. And as for the women, while their valuable contributions to homekeeping, caregiving, and subsistence farming was acknowledged and encouraged, their opinions and contributions to public discourse was rarely invited.
this community was attacked on the 14th March last year. So some of the women went to the market and they heard about it, the rumor that this community, the terrorists are coming to attack this community. When they brought this information, do you know that these women were ignored? They were ignored. Nobody cared as in to take any measure. So later on, around 8:25 rather, PM, that same day, attackers entered and about 9 people lost their lives.
Before, women has no voice. She can't talk anything. Even if the husband insult her, abuse her, whatever, she has no right to report even to traditional rulers. There was sometimes a culture where when women reported husband to traditional ruler, from there you say, I divorce you.
As a woman, personally, if you ask me, all this while, I felt women were irrelevant. But with the coming of this organization, I thought, oh, so the women too can contribute to the growth of the community. Even economically, women too can contribute. Peacefully, women too can contribute.
This project came on to help to build inclusive, resilient communities, especially to bring on board more women playing roles in the peace building process, in the conflict resolution process, and also in mitigating conflicts, to get more people on board to play roles in terms of identifying signs and indicators for violent conflicts or issues that affect them, and getting in touch with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that these issues are resolved in a timely manner.
Recognizing the community resilience needed to be rebuilt, Global Rights established community dialogue committees to meet on a monthly basis or as the situation demands, to discuss important issues of peace building and security as pertains to their communities.
We select people from Christian, from the resident community chiefs, like searching community, to others, and we can also from people with special need. And we can also see people from the youth environment, women environment, academia, and then we think it's very necessary again to engage people from the government.
Abubuwan da mun ka taka, role ɗin da mun ka taka suna da yawa. Don interfaith ɗin da an kai yana cikin role ɗin da mun ka taka wanda an kai achieving a lot. To sai an ka jawo malumma, masallatai daban-daban, makarantu daban-daban, an ka jawo pastors, different churches, an ka kira su, an ka kira wasu ƙananan malamai su ko an ka jawo sun ka taho, an ka zo an ka yi wannan training ɗin da an ka yi na kwana biyu. Wallahi training ɗin nan ya ba da kala sosai.
We conduct advocacy, like ministries, departments, and agencies that we think we have to do with them. We conduct community sensitizations on the issue of peace building and also women resilience and engagement with insecurity. So the women have been also at suffering when there's any disaster. Women and children suffer and disability suffer. So we now recognize that let us also engage the women to be part in the program, so that we will also, whatever their concern during the meeting, we will know. We also engage disability, we will know their concern. We engage youth, we will know their concern, and traditional and religious leaders and the people of the resident community, they are also engaged. So together, when we are planning together, we plan together, we implement together.
Domin abubuwan da ya taimaka min suna da yawa. Da ban san yadda ake nuna mutane yadda za su zauna lafiya ba. Yadda na shiga wannan kungiya na CDC, yadda ake shiga jama'a a koya musu yadda ake zama lafiya da kuma ƙauyuka da dai kai saɓani da in ya faru kowa unguwa.
We as CDC members call ourselves to book that we should remember we have limits to where we can go. That once you gather any information, you're supposed to take it to the appropriate authority, report it, and then you relax there.
There is a lot of synergy between the civil defense and the local community, civil defense, local communities, and other law enforcement agencies, in the sense that we work in harmony. We provide the needed intelligence whenever it is the need arises, and we also participate in joint operation between especially the military, the Nigerian police, and to some extent the Department of State Services. So this one assist in no small way in tackling these issues. The people have trust on us. Whenever they bring their cases to us, we treat it without fear or favor. So that one helps a lot in promoting the trust or in building the trust between ourselves and the local community.
Don mu CDC gaba ɗaya harka al'umma ta mukai. Ai kwanaki an samu cewa ga bandits nan za su shigo cikin gari. CDC sun kai alatin ɗin security sun ka zo an kai attacking ɗinsu sun ka juya. Shi sarki shi ya kira nan abin ga Sokoto Command na Army Barrack ya kira su an ka da jirgi an ka zo an ka samu sa'a kashe mutum 20 daga cikinsu an ka kona baburansu da jirgin sama. To ke ga CDC nan ma sun yi achievement a lot.
It also developed the early warning response coordination mechanism to alert all stakeholders of imminent stresses in order to prepare optimal community-led responses for preempting and preventing conflict.
The early warning, early response dashboard is a security equipment that will extend not just to these communities, but to the entire Northwest.
Having strengthened community resilience through the CDC and EWRC, Global Rights consolidated its efforts by promoting women inclusion through such tools as the Gender Action Learning System, or GALS, which helped in changing attitudes and practices relating to household management and family cohesion.
The GALS training is extremely important because each tool teaches what you need for your basic coexistence. When it comes to peace and security, the GALS training teaches how to come together as a family, be effective, and how to join hands as a community to be effective in ensuring there is peace, there is communication, and using alternative dispute resolution for that. And so it really helps. And then in the civic space, there are lots of organizations that are into responding to sexual and gender-based violence, for example, but do not have a structure for it, do not have an approach that is going to be inclusive. And the GALS training will break that for you.
Lokacin kamin mu yi GALS training, lalle ina tabbatar miki cewa muna samun 'yan matsaloli waɗanda akwai wani expensive unnecessary spending da muke yi. Da matata ta kashe kuɗi gaban zawar ta gara ma ni in je in yi nawa abin da na gara ma ba mu zauna mu yi shawara mu gani ya kamata mu wa gidan mu ko babu fahimtar juna gaskiya. But after the training the GALS, when we come back from the training, to nan na ta gano cewa to have more than 80 set ko lokacin nan ma ta ce min ita sannan na kice min ke kina ganin ma ina ganin to hanga da ki tara raba su biyu zaki ki sai da rabi ki to ki samu sana'a da kin kama don wasu money na kawai kin kai.
A gaskiya haka nan mun yanzu dai gaskiya muna da fahimtar juna sosai ba kamar da ba. Don da gaskiya kin ga abina na amma bayan mun sai mun yi training mun ka fahimci juna.
Sanadiyar wannan training ta mu da ba na barin mata ta je irin wasu abubuwa da ake zuwa na wayar da kai da milimi amma sanadiyar na samu training yanzu ina tura ta je ta yi training ta samu abubuwa da milimi domin soyayya ma ta karu tsakanin mata ke gane
lokacin ina kasuwanci lokacin da mu ta yi GALS training bani kasuwanci na dogara da mijina ko kuɗi bai bani na abinci ba zan jira sai da ya samu ya bani yara su yi ta damuwa suna jin yunwa babu abinci tun da ban sana'a to sai mun ka ta yi GALS training zaman banza bayi dole ka dawo ka dogara da kanka ka bar dogara da miji sai ya baka ka ta yi ka biɗo to sai mun ka haɗa ni da mijina mun haɗa kasuwanci.
With the knowledge gained and the skills gained from the GALS methodology, we would tend to see more women involved in advocacy. Also being involved in the mediation process, and they are going around scaling down this knowledge and skills at the different levels. We have them at the community level, we have them at the local government level.
For example, if you look at majority of the student union body, they were in place after the GALS training. But I can tell you they are extremely inclusive of women. Majority of the vice are women. Majority of some of the positions that the men would have come out for are now having women in those positions, and they are allowed to be at the forefront of things, like the recent programs on International Women's Day that we did. So it is extremely important, and it goes a long way in creating opportunities. There's a better understanding of how the roles don't have to clash. There is no role conflict. We are not asking for you to move. We are only asking to have the same opportunities as just.
Before, I was the one sweeping, washing plates, doing all the domestic work. But after we went for girls training, we learned about vision, we learned about so many things, which purpose now we can sit together, we plan together, we save together, we do things together. Gaskiya mun karu mun fahimtar da mata mun wayar da musu da kansu kamar lokacin da an kan koyar da mu training. Bayan mun dawo muna bayan wayar da kan mata irin shiga tarurruka haka. Dan ni ke ga lokacin ka in ta girls training. Mai gidana baya bari na shiga kowane taro. In yi ta damuwa mutane yan uwana suna ta zuwa taro ni ban zuwa. To sanadiyar mun zuwa ga girls training din. Sai ya kaci gaskiya bayan mun dawo wannan training din. Mafi yawanci mata suna ta ganin abubuwan da muka suna ba su shawa har suna ta huwa muna ta koya musu.
Even girls access to go to school, it is more encouraged. Before, so many parenting when the girl child finished secondary school, marriage. Now they are thinking of transition to university, to college of education, health technology. So that means the drastic increase in the probability of education of the girl child.
After participating in the girls training, I now come back to my community. Me and my wife, I train a lot of people, and they are now using the knowledge that I teach them.
It's amazing to see the men or the young boys being able to join us for gender-related programs, whereby before you only see ladies showing interest in that aspect of it. And now we have he for she's, that's what we call them, men that are acting for the women. And so the impact has gone a long way to open their minds to the fact that it's a collaboration, it's a journey that we have to take together.
Well, for some of the communities that, especially like Zango, Zonkwa community, we've seen like more women are beginning to speak out, and they've even been given leadership positions. There are some communities where women were not even given any leadership positions. We are beginning to see a shift towards, okay, giving women an opportunity to be on the traditional council. So we're beginning to see those type of shifts and them listening to the voices of women. So women can send their representatives to go and make a presentation to the leaders of the community, and those issues that they table are being listened to and given a positive response.
There was a time we have problem of building a church within the Gagi side. The Muslim, we talked to them, the Sarkin Gagi was able to talk to me. I'm a Christian, he's a Muslim. We went there, we saw the place, which in fact, everything went on peacefully, unlike before. If it was not through global rights, we may not have arrived at that point. So there is much cordial relationship between Christians and Muslims in this district.
Between the Fulani farmers and herders clash, it has also declined in our community. But before, it had been at increase because the issue that necessitates the fight, it is also there because the negative climatic impact that has necessitated the problem between the Fulani and herders, it's still there. But the knowledge now has created enabling environment for us to recognize that it is not everything, it's not necessary to fight, rather to reconcile. Alternative dispute resolution is proper, and that is why it helps us a lot. We're now reconciling, bringing them on board to discuss what is the problem, we address it, and they love one another and they go physically.
Disabled core people with special needs. Global right ta jawo mu ga jiki don shi ni a wakilin su, kuma akwai lokacin da duk program ɗin da mun ka tashi ana kiran su zo su ma su bada contribution, kuma duk abin da ya tashi cikin early warning group na amma akwai su in daga ciki nan gagalawa ai bandit sun taho lokacin ai wanda ya fara alatin din magana bandit din ai disabled ne, kuma da an ka zo an tabbatar da wannan abin haka ne shi.
To babban canjin ma shine yadda aka jawo mai na kasa ya zo ya shiga cikin marasa lafiya ya bada nashi gudunmawa. Wannan ma is number one change. Number two kuma an daraja mai nakasa. An nuna mai shi ba banza bane.
I believe that the girls' action learning system is something that is sustainable in Kaduna State and even the other focal states because of what I have seen from the beneficiaries. They've been able to step down. Many of them collectively had come together, pooled their resources together to step down that training to others at the community level.
For me, I think the project never ended. The project just started because the project has succeeded. Having extracting people from the community, we did not import them from somewhere. They are the members of the community. We strengthen their capacity. So strengthening the capacity of community, number one is a sustainability plan. Number two, we started ever since generating resources, local resources. At every monthly meeting, we generate 500 naira note. And at every national meeting we went, we also generate 5,000. And we also evolve into advocacy. We get partnership, sourcing partnership with other development partners that are working, having the same mandate, work with us in the peace promotion, women engagement, and other community resilient aspect. And then also the partnership that we established from the girls structure, from vigilante structure, from pet leader structure, from robust structure of CDC. So I believe sustainability has already gained ground.
I think that this project is one project, and you can talk to the communities in which we work that would definitely tell you the hearts and minds have been changed. This has impacted the way people think about inclusion in their communities. And it's not just affecting, the largest scale of communities, all the way down to households are impacted while they need to be inclusive in decision-making, in bearing responsibilities within the community.
The results were clear. The changes have been transformational. Women now sit in traditional councils with men, helping to address difficult, thorny issues such as gender-based violence, co-management of the home front, and natural resource management disputes. Faith and religious leaders have attested to strengthened and harmonious interaction between both Muslims and Christians. There is now greater faith in the response of the state security systems, such as the police and the NSCDC. The visible positive outcomes include the development of early warning response coordination dashboard and app, which has enhanced collaboration between community stakeholders and the law enforcement agencies. The results have been spectacular, as have been expressed by residents. The hope is that these successes can be replicated across all of northern Nigeria and the country as a whole. It does not seem like a vain sentiment.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to remind you, this work has been done in complete partnership with the Kuka Center, and that is why we have invited our Lordship Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the founder of the Kuka Center, and who today is our keynote speaker. My Lord Bishop, please, you are welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. The Hausa man says, pardon when it touching when you go. I'm supposed to be in Abuja. I'm supposed to be actually delivering a lecture in Abuja now. But luckily for me, Augusta told me about this event. I'd already apologized that I won't be able to come. Luckily for me, the people who invited me, I was in Abuja on Saturday, and I asked the young man who helps me, who has been working with them, I said, have they called? He said, no. I said, is it true? I said, don't call them. So I came back to Sokoto yesterday. They didn't call. They made a mistake of calling me this morning to ask, where are you in Abuja? So I asked the man, I said, I don't live in Abuja. You invited me for a conference. You've not even found out where am I staying? How did I come? What? He started apologizing. So anyway, that's why I am here. We have resolved the matter. I think after watching this video, frankly, I'm just wondering whether there is anything to be said. But of course, there is a lot to be said. And I hope that the contents of this video, that the training program will go on. If I talk now, they will think maybe I'm speaking for APC. But if a broom is made up of only one broomstick, it cannot sweep. But again, I saw Lucas sweeping on this video. The way I saw him sweeping, I think it's just sweeping for video because he didn't. At least I know how the women sweep, but this man sweeping. So this woman, take your time. Oh, if you leave cooking to your husband, you'll come and find that nothing has been cooked. Choose the work you want them to help you with. Fetching water, yes. But if it comes to cleaning, don't trust them because they may not do it so well. But I think really, as I said, I was really fascinated just watching the revolution that is happening among us. I remember when I was growing up, I don't know, I'm sure there are still houses in Sokoto. The Arubutaba Shigako. Ama akwe pitowa. Ko ngan shiga. Akwe gidaje da aka rubuta ba shiga. Amma yanzu from this video ba kai training cikin gidajen mu ba. Akwai shigowa, akwai fitowa. And of course, if you don't come out, you will not know what is happening around the world. It is ignorance and ignorance and ignorance that we have continued to conserve. And you know, when you hold ignorance for a very long period of time, it becomes part and parcel of you, and it becomes tradition. It becomes religion. You will find a religious justification for everything. And of course, we have all kinds of cultural arguments about how and why things are the way they are. And of course, when many priests and imams want to misrepresent the word of God, they focus on the things that are peculiar to men, and they can talk about the things that do not help women or children. There are many cultural practices in Africa that we have to start dealing with. We may not solve the problem today, but let's start talking about it. All of us grew up, most of us grew up from polygamous households, including myself. At the time, my father, it was, how could you be a fairly rich man in a village and have only one wife? It wasn't conceivable. Because everybody went to the farm. You needed more children and more hands on the farm. But now things are changing. Things are changing. I met a man here in Sokoto. He asked to see me. I didn't know him. This is not in my text. But one of our sisters had an accident and she broke her hand. So after the hand healed, they had to do physiotherapy for her. So she told me one day that the man who is doing my physiotherapy said he wants to see you, that he has been hearing about you. He wants to see you. I said, he wants to see me? Who is he? He said, no, he's one Muslim. I think his name is Alhaji Abubakar or something. I said, first of all, the shock for me was, Alhaji Abubakar, a Muslim, is massaging your hand? Because for me, it was very interesting. It was unthinkable that in my view of the Muslim world, that it will hold the hand of a woman, that even though you have the expertise. So the man came to see me. I greeted him and he said to me, he said, yes, I learned how to do this. And he said, I've got only one wife. Because sister had told me that he has only one wife and 3 children. So I said, you've got only one wife? He said, yes. And 3 children? He said, yes. And you are from Sokoto? He said, yes. I say, how? You know what he said to me? That is, as a young person, he went to the East. And that's where he grew up. And he saw that most Igbos were monogamous. And he also saw the value of education. He said, my 3 children, one is a medical doctor, one is a nurse, another one, the boy, is trying to do a master's degree in the university. And he said to me, when I look at my colleagues here, my brothers, I've come back, I've relocated back to Sokoto. He said, but the food that I'm eating, he said, my daughter who is a medical, there's nothing I want again in life. I'm just doing this work to satisfy myself, not looking for the money. He said, but I'm looking at my cousins whom I left behind that have 4 wives, 28 children, 30 children, and they are just looking at one another. So there are difficult conversations that we must have. There is no substitute to knowledge. There is absolutely no substitute to knowledge. And knowledge is the neighbor. I mean, ignorance is the neighbor of poverty. Because you cannot be a poor man and be rich. It's not possible. And if you are illiterate, even if they put a signboard here, if Governor Aliu puts a signboard saying on this direction, free food is being given and you cannot read, you will die of hunger. So I encourage in the days of, when I look back now, we have to be honest. We dropped the ball somewhere. Because as a child, I saw the kind of things where we used to gather in my remote village. My village is in the middle of nowhere. Up till today, it is still in the middle of nowhere. When Sardauna they were pushing all these people coming to show us film in those days, villagers will gather. And when Sardauna took over and realized, the kind of people he was leading and what was happening in the South, the education, he decided we must do something. And then he started Yaki the Jahilchi, which meant that whether you are a farmer, no matter your age, man or woman, learn how to write. Learn how to read. When I look back now, I say, if Sardauna were to wake up, what would I read? If you haven't read Sardauna's biography, please go back and read it. I've read it twice. Go back and read it. Because the story is so, when he talks about how they travel from here to Katsina, the only school available was in Katsina. If I tell you to go to Katsina, everybody knows how to go to Katsina because there is third road. But Sardauna said at that time, first of all, there was no road. And if you are living in Sokoto, you didn't know Funtua. Okay? You didn't know Gusau. In those days. And he talks about how they trekked from here on foot, not by motorcycle or bicycle. Well, the most fantastic part of the story was they just see a place, sun has set, they decided to sleep. They were lying down when, is it lion or whatever, they had the roar of lion, they got up and started running. But the effort people struggle, and even this is a Muslim environment. Almost everybody here is a Muslim. But the Holy Prophet said, we must look for knowledge, even if it takes us to where? To China. So how did we turn our back on knowledge? We cannot be talking about not wanting education and we want to fight Al-Majirchi. It's not possible. Al-Majirchi, it was a noble development within the religion. But suddenly we began to teach many young people and there was no place for them to enter in public life. Now the world is changing. And northern Nigeria, we must make up our minds. Nothing is going to stop. The economy of Lagos alone is more than the economy of the whole northern states put together, all of them put together. The land is not expanding. If we are going to sit here and be saying to ourselves, hey, it doesn't matter, our politicians say, hey, you don't need a certificate to vote. Okay, we don't need a certificate to vote. We are voting for them. They are taking our votes. They are not giving us education. They are not giving us food. They are keeping us hungry. They are keeping us ignorant. They are keeping us illiterate. And that is why we ask the question, whose children are doing the Almajirchi today? So it is important that we hear the call. It is important that we hear the call. And for us, especially in northern Nigeria, why is it that all of these wonderful things are always brought to us by people from elsewhere? I would like to see an Aisha or an Amina or whatever who has started all of, a lot of this to respond to the problem. And I want to thank our brother and my friend who has been robust. Today, if you, God forbid, but if you die today, history will remember you. You are not a councillor, you are not a local government chairman, you are not a governor, you are not. So it tells you that one person can make a difference. Now, women remain the victims of conflict. Everywhere you go, you listen to BBC every day, all these terrible things happening in Gaza. Tell you about the number of women and the number of children who are being killed. But the question still remains, what do we need to do to change the lives of our women? Because if there is ignorance, there will be conflict. And you had these pictures, stories were very interesting. Even the man said that for learning this, even the love has increased. Love for his wife has increased. Because as a woman is getting more educated, her responsibilities are increasing, but your own burden, the burden of the family is also reducing, because if you accept that you put and she puts, can be a great family. But in the traditional society that we grew up with, Megida is everything. But please remember that today or tomorrow, Megida can die. What will happen to the children? Today or tomorrow, Megida will lose his job. What will happen? And in any case, whoever said, I remember one day, I won't call his name. I was on a flight from Abuja to Sokoto, and I sat on seat number 1. And beside me on seat number, no, he was, I think, the seat behind me, it was seat number 2. But when the plane took off, he moved because the seat beside me was free. So he moved and came and sat with me. We started talking. And he was coming to visit the Sultan. And he's an imam. He's a big man. So we started talking about some basic things about the relationship between Christians and Muslims. And then women. And we got to the issue of women. And I said, look, the world is changing. We need to open up and give opportunities. And he said to me, but even the Holy Quran said that he went on and on. Women, you cannot, because women, their brains are not, they are not like the brains of men. Their brains are their ability to understand things is very limited. And I'm listening to this guy. Luckily for me, luckily for us, the pilot said, woman. Because the pilot was a woman. She was a young lady that I know. I pay attention whenever I hear the voice of a pilot, and it's a woman. I go out of my way to go and greet her. I was flying from South Africa with Kenyan Airways. When I heard the voice of a woman who was the pilot, when we landed in Kenya, I told them, open the pilot. I want to greet this girl. Young girl, it must be 30 or so. I literally had to bow. So I've gotten used to one or two of these female captains who every time I enter the plane, I go to greet them. So when I now ask this imam, I said to Ankerede, these women that you say they said Islam says their brain is small, they can. One Nigerian who is the pilot? Bishop ka cika sukuni to ba abin da ake ba abin da muke magana kenan ba. So we like the important thing now is that we must appreciate that we are being given an opportunity. We are in a world, in a male-dominated world, and we have grown up with that culture. So you will see now, for example, a man who has a first. You see the way we treat our children. You have a firstborn is a girl, second one is a girl, third one is a girl, fourth one is a boy. Almost automatically, you are commanding 4 women to pay respect to this. Their mother, their 3 sisters, all of them must bow down to Abdullahi, who is a man. Abdullahi has become a man. One day, I have a friend in Lagos, one lady, her son was 5 years old, 5 years old. So the mother came to beg me to help them to get a passport for the boy. So I signed for them. And I never went to their house, but every time she calls me, I'll ask about the son. So one day I called her. Have they got no, she called to tell me they've got the passport. I said, oh, okay, wonderful. So how is the big man? He said that she came back and her son was looking very sad. So you asked the son, what is the problem? Her husband was studying in England and left the wife, the mother-in-law, and their daughter. And this boy looked 5 years old. He said, the boy said to Mommy, I'm just tired. Me alone, a man with this woman. Me alone, only me alone. I'm the only man in this house. He said, Mommy, they said, the mother, everywhere I turn. Today he said, what I do, I mean, Biodun said, what I do this. Mother said, do this. Everybody said, I'm just tired of you women. Even though he's the smallest, but he's been taught to believe that the smallest man is bigger than anybody who is a woman. And the choices, for example, who do you send to go and bring your kettle? Whom do you send to go and bring what? If it is something that drops on the ground, is it Amina you ask to go and pick? Or is it Abdullahi that you ask to go and pick? There are choices we make, and gradually we begin to show children, even at early in life, that they are not all the same. Now, at the national level, things are not even easier, because when we talk about national security, what are we really talking about? If you look at the whole situation as we have today, for example, the United Nations in the year 2000, the United Nations came up with a resolution. And the purpose of this resolution was to help to draw greater consciousness to the situation, what is happening to women, and the need for women to have a greater role and a greater say in the problems of national security. It's called Resolution 1325. And it was approved by the United Nations Security Council. And when they took the vote in the year 2000, every member of the Security Council voted for the need for an increased role for women. Not only in terms of jobs, not only in terms of, but in recognition and visibility. So women still have a big, because as you can see, whether it's in America or everywhere, the burdens are the same. It was very interesting listening to the analysis about the American elections. You know, that black men refused to vote for Kamala Harris. You can understand white men refusing to vote for her, but black men refused to vote for her. The reasons may be different, but they are also not unconnected with the fact that how can a woman go and be the one that will be ahead of us? What a man has not been able to accomplish so easily. I remember in 1986, when 1987, the first serious religious crisis that happened in Kafanchan, Kaduna, and Zaria, a panel was set up. Colonel Umar was our governor then, and one Mrs. Donley, Justice Donley, was chosen as chairman. And some imams came and said, no, Islam does not accept the fact that a woman can lead a man. And so we will not participate. Although Mrs. Donley finally became the president of the ECOWAS court. But we cannot be choosing, most of the choices we are making are based on ignorance as to the definition of roles. So we ask ourselves today in Nigeria, we're talking about security. When we talk of security, what are we really talking about? In Nigeria today, security has become purely and simply a question of what is happening to guns. Nigeria has a national security architecture. It has a national defense policy. It has a national cyber security strategy, all aimed at protecting Nigeria. And the question to ask, therefore, is how did we get to a point in which we feel so unsafe in our own country? And now that we feel so vulnerable, I'm happy the video also indicated gains that were made as a result of the initiative of collaboration. Because for a long time, our quarrel has been that, Fulanis are killing Hausas, Hausas are killing Fulanis, Christians are killing, Muslims are killing Christians. And we can be dying in vernacular, can be dying in different categories. But the important thing is that Nigeria. So we have come to a point in which everybody must put their hands together. And fundamental to what we are taking away from this conversation is, one, for example, what role should women play? In 2014, the Kuka Center organized a rather provocative conversation in Kaduna. The title was Matang Arewa Me Kuke So. And it was a room full of women. We brought in, only 1 or 2 men were allowed. Even the men who came in were only to either fix microphone or do, but it was a meeting of women. We just asked the question, what do you want? Because in politics, it is the men who decide to say, okay, I may now be woman leader. And what is the role of woman leader? The role of woman leader is to find her friends. They will give her a little money, mobilize women with buses, buy cheap wrappers, and so on and so forth, and distribute. That's the role of woman leader. So if woman leader can only deal with women, but what happens to the big platform and podium? So our society, we are gradually realizing that we've been literally like a man with only, who is going around with only with a leg tied. It's not as if he's disabled, only that his leg he doesn't want to use his second leg. So the more we open up the opportunities for our men, especially for our women, the greater the challenges, our ability to resolve our challenges becomes. For example, if you ask yourself, why has there never been a female chief of army staff, a female chief of naval staff, a female chief of defense staff? Is it because they don't qualify? The way Nigeria is wired now, we can't imagine a woman being Inspector General of Police. Is it because of lack of capacity? No. Is it because they failed the exam? No. Just that you are a woman. So even adjusting our eyes to be able to see people differently for who they are is a challenge. It's a challenge. Now, despite the fact that Nigeria has adopted this policy about the need to incorporate women into issues of security, the police has a section that is dealing with women. But of course, naturally, they will put the categories of issues that women are supposed to be dealing with. That category only includes maybe the issue of children, and you discover that at the top of it, at the top policy decision making, they are men. But you've just created this so that let it be on record that we have done something. Now, it is also very interesting. It's not only in Nigeria, because elsewhere, for example, in the United States of America, the first woman who became the head of national security, she wasn't like the national security advisor, but no, the first woman, Julian Pearson, she was the head of the security architecture of the United States. But guess what? By 2014, it was during the time of Obama. But see how she was removed. I think the reason why she was removed. In 2014, Obama was president then. What happened was that an armed person entered the White House and was heading to the executive mansion. The man was arrested. But for the very fact that this happened at all, this woman had to lose her job. In July 2024, all of us still remember the man that shot Trump during the campaign. The lady at that time who was in charge of security had to resign. We may not have reached a threshold where we take security so seriously that we also relate the effectiveness of our security pursuit with the security of ordinary people. But I think that the world has also become wise enough to know that every woman doesn't have to wear khaki to go. Every woman in the army, they don't have to go to the war front. That's not what defines them. There are certain positions. Churchill, the British people recognized this during the Second World War. Issues relating to intelligence gathering, the kind of very special role that was dedicated to women. Whether it is nursing. So in the end, it's not so much security, it's not just about guns, but it is important to understand that everybody, the success of a society depends on if you create the opportunity in which everybody can make their contribution and people feel wanted. I keep telling our politicians, don't think that we elected you just to do what do you call it, flyover or roads. They are important. Giving us water is important, but it may not have been the reason why we voted for you. Because people have to feel psychologically safe. Why did apartheid fail in South Africa? They provided electricity, they provided roads, they provided everything. Now, South Africa today is only because black people have taken over. That's why they're having problem with NEPA. But otherwise, under white minority rule, there was no such thing. The trains, everything was literally efficient. Why did the Germans, if it was just about infrastructure, wonderful infrastructure, what Hitler left in Germany has never been rivaled. But why did Hitler fail? So we don't measure a leader by the amount of resources that you deploy to doing all kinds of things, important as this may be, but we measure a leader by a sense and a feeling of fairness, a sense and a feeling of equity, a sense and a feeling of what we can do to become whole again. Not everybody will work for government. Not everybody will get a government job. Not everybody is a contractor. Not everybody wants to do contracts. But you ask yourself, sometimes you go around Nigeria and you ask yourself, so what this election that we did, there are many villages, hundreds of thousands of villages in Nigeria. From time immemorial, on the time of Babangida or Yaradua or Tafa Balewa or Sadona or Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they saw nothing. There's nothing. They have had no contact with this project called Nigeria. So there is no presence. And still, we're still asking people to go out and to vote. Because if you look at it now, everywhere we cast this vote, so the real beneficiaries in our states, maybe 500 or 1,000 people who go home with the contracts and go home with the money. So these initiatives among ourselves of helping, I'm happy to see we are collecting 5,000 on our own. We just have to begin to roll back. In Igbo land, the reason why most of the Igbos, it's not about them. We're looking for presidency in order to hold power. But the Igbos have already taken care of themselves because every community you go to, the roads, the water, the light, the houses, people are collecting their money and taking care of themselves. We are relying on government, a government that is becoming increasingly distant from ordinary people. So we need to secure ourselves, and we want to thank Global Rights in collaboration with the Kuka Center. And what we're trying to do is, let's take control of our own lives. Let's take control of our own lives. It is not the federal, it's not the governor of Sokoto State or the governor of Kaduna that is responsible why you are going. You may be going to bed hungry because you are lazy. You are going to bed hungry because you are illiterate. You are going to bed hungry because your wife that you married, who has capacity for all kinds of things, you decided to lock her up. So let us learn the lessons we can learn. And then we hope that in collaboration with the Kuka Center, Global Rights, Isawali, all of these initiatives, we can gradually begin to deploy this goodness. Because look, I beg, I want to end here, but religion has killed us. It's gone. Okay, so I'm going now and I see somebody with hijab. Automatically, it's a Muslim. And so what happens in your mind? A friend of mine, he's an Igbo man, and he's a professor. He married a Fulani girl. They've been married for about 30-something years. And he said he's been going around with his wife, nothing. But once this wahala started in the last 5 years or so, of banditry and so on, he said everywhere he turns now, when they see a Fulani, they say, see your in-laws there. Now it is something, but the greatness of our country is going to lie in if we continue to open up these opportunities, continue to talk to one another, because we are human beings who are just accidentally Muslims. If I had been born here, my name probably would have been, Muhammadu. And I joke with my friend, the Sultan, had he been born in Southern Kaduna, his name would probably be Thomas. So we didn't drop from heaven with religion. The Constitution allows you freedom to have a religion and to change a religion. And we're even seeing among ourselves today in Nigeria, we can pretend, but people are living Islam. They are living Christianity. They are not living Islam and becoming Christians. They are not living Christianity and becoming Muslims. They are actually living Christianity, living Islam, and refusing to believe in anything. There is somebody who is in prison in Kano because he said he's not doing again. How many people are you going to put in prison? But people may have no problem with God. But me who claim that I represent God, how they see me and the claims I make will determine how they relate with God. So please, let us let us come together and deal with the things that we have to do to improve our welfare and our well-being. We want to thank our women, because even in the church, I say to women in the church, without women, I don't know where we'll be as Christians, and even as Muslims and as a people, because and I tell people, look, this is why we'll probably leave the conversation there. But if anybody ever tells you that one religion is against another religion, people say you cannot marry a Christian because you cannot. Okay, you can marry a Christian as long as you make her a Muslim. You as a Christian, you cannot marry a Muslim. It's only in Nigeria that we're having this conversation. Only in Nigeria. And only in those parts of Nigeria where ignorance has taken hold of us. Because I tell people, you fall in love with a human being, not a religion. Because if we don't cross that threshold, not long ago in South Africa, they will kill you for talking to a white woman. In America, they will kill you as a black man for just smiling at a white woman. But now people are woken up, it is daybreak. So peace is not just, violence is not just happens to us, not what happens to us by bullets. Violence is what happens to us when we cannot fulfill God's given destiny for us as wives, as mothers, as husbands, as uncles, and so on. So once again, I'm sorry I've gone on for too long, but I want to thank Global Rights, and I want to thank the government of Sokoto State. I want to thank the Sultanate and thank our brother Serkin Gagi and all of you who have put this together. Please, let's continue on this journey with all the challenges, the frustrations. We can see that we are winning more converts. And the converts we are winning, we are not winning converts for Islam or for Christianity. We are winning converts who are being converted from illiteracy to knowledge. Okay, knowledge that can help you to become a real human being. The man and his wife who was saying the things he was saying, all the men and the women here that you saw talking, that may be the first time they ever fetch water to help their wife. But as you know, in real life in Nigeria, for you to be helping your wife is carrying load, carrying a baby, and carrying a bag. For you to collect the bag, they'll say, are you a woman handbag? How can you be doing, Let me end by telling you one small story. There was these big buses. These big buses going to Enugu. So the armed robbers stopped them somewhere. So the armed robbers entered the bus, pulled out a gun, and then the women started crying. So the armed robbers said, calm down, calm down. We start with the women. All the women come out. There were no women come out. So trust women, even though they were asked to come out, they were still crying for the men that were left behind. So they kept going out. As the last woman was going out, one man was following her. So immediately she passed. The armed robber put a gun. We say only women. The guy looked, he said, okay, as we now enter town, all of us don't become women. No. So thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause, a big one. We have to acknowledge and commend the remark of our Reverend Father, Dr. Bishop Hassan Matthew Hooker. That was really a great speech. And you all agree with me if I say that documentary is indeed a reality, a current situation of our life so far, and not only a reality, but has some lesson for us to take home, indeed. And so thanks to the key actors and indeed the organizers.
I mean, just want to reflect on what's said there. Just allow me this reflection.
Now it's high time we give room for comments and reflections. Feel free to contribute, please. Give your own comments. I choose the mark. Please feel free to give us your own comments and reflection.
Okay, for time's sake, we will just take one man and one woman for this session, and there will be time for comments again later. Okay, I already have one hand of one man up, so I will take one woman as well in addition to him, then we'll come back again to reflection later.
Bismillah min shaitanir rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Amma zai magana da Hausa. A takaice muna godiya da rabbana da ya magana. Zan fara magana sa ta farko akan almajiranci. Mu sani cewa musulunci bai yarda da almajiranci ba. Akan haka manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam yake cewa yadul ulya khairun min yadis sufla. Wanda ke ba su a wanda ake ba su. Ina jan hankalin mu akan wannan. Sai bayani akan jahilci da aka yi magana hawa yau manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam ya fifita mata da kuma musulunci kansa akan maza. In muka diba hadisai da yawa sun zo na manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam da ke bayani muhimmancin yarinya tana karama hatta yi aure hatta zan uwa. Manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam ya zo mana da wani hadisi cewa duk wanda Allah ya ba ɗaya mace biyu ya tarbiyatar da ita hatta yi aure ba abin da zai hana masa shiga aljanna sai mutuwa. Wata mata ta ce ko da ɗaya ne, manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam ya ce ko da ɗaya ne. Ne yana so ya nuna muna muhimmancin ɗaya mata. Na biyu kuma manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam ya nuna cewa muhimmancin kula da mace tana mata aure. A cikin wani hadisi manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam yake faɗa mana cewa mafifitanku ga iyalinsa, ni ne mafificinku. An gwado tana shara, manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam yana kama ma nana Aisha aiki, ana share tare da shi, yana kama mata daka, yana kama ma matan sami, yana kama musu aiki a cikin gida. Saboda haka sai mu kula da wannan. Manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam karshen ta ma wasiyarsa ta karshe da yayi a Hajjatul Wada sai da ya kama cewa an-nisa. Ku kula da mata, ku kula da mata, ku kula da mata. Saboda ka zalunce su. Kada mu manta lokacin da aka aiko annabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam mata gaba ɗaya ba su da haƙƙi, an danne su. Amma sai wa izal ma'udatu su'ila, laraba suna ma kashe yariya idan aka yi musu ɗaya mace. Amma wa izal bushira ahadun bil unsa zalla wajhuhu muswaddan wa huwa kazim. Allah sai ke nuna cewa ba haka bane. Akan haka wani hadisi na manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam yake cewa wani ya tambaye manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam wane ne ya fi ko in yi da'a. Manzo Allah ya ce ummaka. Ya koma tambaya sannan wane ne ya ce ummaka, ya koma tambaya wane ne ya ce ummaka so. Saboda haka kenan musulunci ya ba mata hakki mai yawa mai girma kwarai da gaske. Bayani na karshe kar mu manta cewa musulunci bai yarda da ka zauna haka nan baka sana'a ba. Wata ran Umar ibn al-Hada ya asko ne yana ta addu'a a cikin masallaci. Umar ibn al-Hada ya ce dauko mishi bulala. Ya ɗauko bulala ya bi shi da gudu ya ce kana nuna arziki to maka nan zai yi. Kuma kada mu manta Umar ibn al-Haddab tare da yana sarkin musulmi yana tahiya yana yin kasuwanci. Saboda kana da kyau mu kula da cewa musulunci ya ba mata haƙƙi kuma ya ba su haƙƙin ilmi. Kada mu manta da nana Aisha ita ce ta biyu da wajen rawaito hadisin manzon Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Saboda haka kenan wajibi ne gare mu san cewa musulunci ya ba mata haƙƙi fiye da yadda ya ba maza. Ina fata lura. Da fata wannan taro Allah ya sa mu koma mu yi kokari matan mu su yi sana'a. Babu inda musulunci ce kan mace ta yi sana'a. Kamar yadda bare ya faɗa yadda yake da yawa wasu ƙasashe da yawa nan ɗaya ne ma ka samu mata ba su zuwa masallacin juma'a ko masallatai. Babu inda kana kuma kada mu manta cewa an yi bayani akan shugabanci. Pakistan ita ce ƙasa ta biyu ta yawan musulmi amma kada mu manta Benazir Bhutto ta yi shugabanci har sau biyu ko sau uku. Ko ba haka ba? Saboda haka babu inda musulunci akwai wurare da musulunci ya nuna cewa ga inda mace za ta shugabanta akwai inda ta nuna. Pakistan ita ce ta biyu amma sai da Benazir Bhutto ta zan shugaban ƙasa har sau biyu har sau uku. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to mix my quotes, speak in both languages. Na farko dai, I would like to appreciate the organizers of this program. Global Rights, we know, have been doing a lot, and I mean a lot, for women and the girl child. In the first instance, rashin zuwa makaranta ‘ya'yan Arewa is not religious. It is more of a cultural thing than religion. Ba addinin Musulunci bai taɓa hana mamace zuwa neman ilimi ba. In fact, da aka ce kowa ya je neman ilimi ko da ya kai birnin Sin, China, ba ce namiji ɗaya tahi ba, an ce har da mace. So the religion of Islam does not prevent a girl or a woman from seeking for knowledge. Ko daga ina ne aka ce. But all the same, culture ɗinmu namu na Arewa shi ne ke hindering against the education of the girl child. But alhamdulillah, if we look at what is happening now, there has been a great improvement in the education of the girl child at Arewa. Hadi Asakwato. We are neighbors with Kebbi. We are neighbors with Kebbi. Ama if you look at the number of girls that attend school in Kebbi, muka dosa kwato seka is amani ko duba Northwest ake magana ba. But it is the same Northwest. We need to strive. The men dole fa sai sun taimaka mana. Duk yadda muke cewa ai diyan mu ne, amma dai mazan nan fa sai su yi kokari ko ta halin kaka sun taimaka mana. Issue din peace. Ina ganin kaman peace and security for us. In aka ce for women, we are talking of our children, both boys and girls. Ina ganin there is need for whoever is responsible at building more peace structures in our environment. These structures din nan sun yi kaɗan gaskiya. In ka diba Arewa, sai ka ga yau in waccan fitina ta hito, gobe another fitina ne za ta fito. Yanzu we are battling with bandits, sai kuma ga su wai Lakurawa. So yes, so ina ita mace za ta tafi. What is she going to do? Wannan rashin peace, rashin security, shi zai affecting mijinta, shi zai affecting ɗanta, ita kanta shi zai grounding ɗinta. In mace ƙauye take, this place is in the ba security, kuma tana sana'a, to ku gaya mini yadda sana'an nan ta za ta yi ta ci gaba in babu kwanciyar hankali. Ko ita she is safe, iyanta are not safe, mijinta is not safe. So what is going to happen to her? Gaskiya akwai a lot of challenges. Therefore, wannan peace building structures, there is need a ɗan ƙara building ɗinsu, a ɗan ƙara yawaita su kamar yadda aka yi wannan, so that every woman will be involved. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
I see, yes, I see we are having more hands up, but I think we will have adequate sessions later to keep talking. But because this was the keynote section, I will give opportunity for one more woman to speak. Well, I'm seeing 2 women raise their hands, so 3 women. But because it's the keynote session, let's just take one more woman and then we will come back again to comment later. Maybe to the one that raised her hand first at the back.
Jama'a ina kwanan mu. Gaskiya muna so mu yi godiya da Global Rights da Kuka Association da sauran waɗanda suka hada hannu domin kawo ci gaba a cikin Arewa. Musamman bisa ga maganan da shi babanmu Bishop ya yi magana akan harakan ci gaba da aka samu a wurin wayar da kai har bisa ga wannan documentary wanda aka nuna. A gaskiyan shi ne a lokacin da mu muka fara girma muna Sokoto a matsayin state namu, mun sami challenges a lokacin makaranta. Duk uba da za a kai a makaranta zai ce karuwanci ne za a kai ta. Amma da taimakon Allah da ci gaba da kuma wayar da kai wanda Global Kids suke yi a yau, na ga ci gaba da yawa a kauyukanmu da dama. Akan haka ya zama mana jiki mu mata, ba ma so mu yi association da abin da ya shahi kusa da maza, domin irin training wanda aka bamu da farko. To amma a yanzu, alhamdulillah mun samu ci gaba a ta fannoni daban-daban na rayuwa. Kuma a haka ɗin muna roko bisa ga yadda gwamnatin Sokoto ta ba mu haɗin hannu da haɗin kai akan cewa an ga wannan program ta samu karbuwa a cikin ƙasar Sokoto. Har yanzu fatanmu ne shine wannan ci gaba ɗin kada ya saya a nan. Bari mu sake samun wata CDC a cikin Sokoto domin gaskiya tana da taimako ainu domin kawo ci gaba da kuma wayar da kai tsakanin maginanta musamman. Har dai in an zo wurin wayar da kai, wurin sana'a, wurin hada hannu, a da za ka ga namiji ko mace na son wani abu, namiji zai ce baki da hurumi, ni ne hakina ne ni namiji. Amma kuma idan nauyin ya yi ma namiji yau sai ya mutu ya bar mace. Kuma idan ya barta da kaya bata riga ta kama komi da za ta yi ba, sai ka ga cewa wahalan ya yi mata yawa. A haka dai muna roko a kara ba mu goyon baya da haɗin kai. Mun gode.
Thank you. I acknowledge the fact that it's not every day we will have Bishop sit with us for 5 minutes like this and everybody in the front here. So my Lord, I will beg for additional 2 minutes to just take those 2 women, 1 minute each. Let's give the 2 of them 1 minute each.
Okay, good morning all. I want to commend our daddy, the bishop, and I also want to encourage ourselves, women, as matter, and also encouraging now that we should not look down on ourselves and we should stop criticizing each other. Give her support. Let's support ourselves. Come with muke abinan muke toshe kanmu muke kokarin mu ga mun kayar da kanmu. In muna haka nan, maza ba za su ba mu support ba. Saboda za su fara, okay, look at them. They cannot even organize themselves. Amma in an ka gani mace tana abu, ke kuma ki kokari ki taimaki yar uwarki yanda za a samu ci gaba baki daya. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to you all. Whenever I heard about the woman empowerment, it makes me remind the story of Mrs. X. She's a one woman. Majority of all the cases that we have, the high rate of maternal mortality and morbidity, were as a result of marital preference. If you are giving more right to female, at least there must be high reduction of maternal rate worldwide. Miss S come from nowhere. She come from a low-income family. She worked day and night to provide for her family. Mrs. X does not choose to be pregnant. It was her destiny. And when she is pregnant, she started to bleed at 3-month pregnancy, which she was not aware about the consequences that may follow as a result of bleeding at early pregnancy. Which if she were educated enough at that time, she will take herself for immediate action. And at the end, Mrs. X and her baby died due to lack of maternal and material resources, manpower and material resources, and lack of adequate facilities and some facilities and
adequate care.
And the care. Thank you so much.
Let's give it
I
to.
wish I can give you more story about Mr. X, but due to limited time, I was unable to. But girl child education are very important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving me.
Assalamu alaikum. Looking at the program, our program at the back page, when I go through the program, makes me to say this. Some of the achievements this project has recorded is promoting women, empowerment, and in conclusion, in decision-making at all levels. So this is a lot why I say this. I'm just curious to know how the project was able to achieve this in spite of some certain cultural norms and values that does not allow women to fully express themselves, talk more of taking decision for themselves and their community, especially in the rural area. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the conversation that have come out of the room from the keynote presentation. I still see a lot of hands up, but as I said, please, we will come back to our comments later. But the person that have just led that very intriguing section is no other but our own, my Lord Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, who is a prominent Nigerian bishop, a social advocate, an intellectual known for his outspoken stance on issues of social justice, good governance, and interfaith dialogue. He currently serves as the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto. Bishop Kuka is highly regarded for his advocacy on behalf of marginalized communities and his critical voice on issues such as corruption, human rights abuses, and inequality in Nigeria. Beyond this religious role, my Lord Bishop Kuka is actively involved in peace-building efforts, particularly in northern Nigeria, where he has worked to bridge divides between Christians and Muslim communities. He has served on several national and global committees and panels focused on political reform, reconciliation, and national unity. And he is the founder of the Kuka Center, an organization focused on promoting dialogue, democracy, and development. My Lord Bishop Kuka's bold critique and calls for accountability have made him a respected and influential figure in both the religious and civil society circles in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put those applause together to appreciate the keynote speaker. So at this time, we will take a 10 minutes interlude as we drive a conversation through arts. And as the Sokoto State Art and Culture lead us in another conversation on promoting women inclusion in peace building through the piece of arts. Please, let's welcome them with an applause.
Yes, I'll come with it. Now, just announce to them that the break is already been shared, so they can be having their refreshment. This is one lunch. It's just a refreshment. They are not to be later. So when there is still tea at the back, anyone wants to take tea. When they have drinks and snacks in their pack, they have for refreshments.
Oh, Masha Allah, Masha Allah. Thank you very much, Sokoto State Cultural Dance Crew. Of course, all work without play makes Sophia a dull girl. So thank you very much, thank you very much. And the name of the dance is Unity. Thank you, Sokoto Cultural Dance Crew. Thank you very much. I've been asked to announce that tea break is ready, and you can go on refreshment with the pack you have in front of you. This is not lunch, please. This is not lunch, it's just a refreshment. So please go ahead and have a refreshment. And tea is also at the back table. Look at the table there. You can go and take tea if you want, please. Thank you very much.
The audience. Okay. We will take a 2 minutes head break for, I see people are trying to get tea at the back. So you have refreshments in your pack, you have water, you have drinks, you have snacks. But if you want to take tea, there is tea at the back there. So let's give 2 minutes head break and then we'll come back and continue.
Dama da ke na fara haduwa, da na yi aure tuntuni, zama da ke akwai faruwa, ita ni kina.
Can we begin to settle down now? So we continue. Please, can we have our seats for us to conclude in? Please, ladies and gentlemen, can you have your seats? Can we have some audience in the hall, please? Can we have some quietness in the hall? Thank you. Thank you. Please have your seats. Please have your seat. Thank you. Please, there's still a lot of side meetings going on. Can we all be together? Thank you. If you can hear me and you're still talking, please, can you take your seats and maintain some level of quietness? Thank you. If you're in the hall and you are hearing me and you're still talking, please take your seat and let's maintain some level of quietness. Thank you. Hello? Hello? I'm still hearing some noise. Hello? Please take your seats, maintain some quietness so we can continue. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, if you are still standing, kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this conversation today on building collaborative pathways for women's inclusion in peace and security. Earlier on, my Lord Bishop Kuka told us some stories. There is still a lot of other meetings going on in the hall. Can we have some quietness? Can we be together? All my people that are surrounding Sariki, please take your seats. You can continue the engagement later. Thank you. Please, let Sariki listen. Please, let Sariki listen. Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. In February 2023, when we started this intervention, Global Rights and Kuka Center sat down for say Sokoto. We need to identify someone that will drive this process in Sokoto State. And with the help of the JDPC Sokoto, we were able to identify someone who today has proven to be one of the best decisions we have made in this project. Today, Sokoto State stands out amongst the intervention states, and that's because somebody has committed his entire life to seeing that we have more women inclusion in peace and security, and of course, mobilizing community to take charge of their own safeguard against violence extremism. And at this point, I'm going to be inviting the person to the microphone to talk briefly on promoting engagement for women inclusion in community resilience, and just highlighting some impacts of the Community Dialogue Committee and what they've done to promote women inclusion and build community resilience. I will have the honor of welcoming Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi, Seiki Yaki Gagi, who is a well-known Nigerian community leader and security expert from Sokoto State. You know, it was recently I got to understand that the meaning of Seiki Yaki is actually leader of war, or a brave warrior, or a chief warrior. So obviously, the person, sorry, the sultanate that bestowed the title, I think they chose well for the title that they bestowed on Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi, the Seiki Yakigagi. You know, under his reign, Seiki Gagi has been instrumental in local security efforts, particularly through organizing and leading community-based vigilante groups. I can attest to that. How much all the time he will call me, we need to empower this local vigilante. We need to empower this local security. We need to empower them. We need to empower them. They are doing a lot in our community. We need to empower them. And so he has been organizing and leading community-based vigilante groups to address insecurity in the community. He is respected for his active involvement in tackling issues like banditry and communal violence, often working alongside local law enforcement to protect vulnerable communities. His work underscores the importance of grassroots approaches to security and the role of local leaders in supporting government efforts to combat crime and security in northern Nigeria, and in particular, Sokoto State. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcome to the microphone, Seiki Yakigagi Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi, as he speaks to us in 10 minutes.
To, yayin da muke jiran sarkin yakin gagi, zan yi bayani game da shi kamar yadda yi a Hausance, kamar yadda ya ce ko babu ko shakka sarkin yakin gagi jajirtacce ne, kuma ganin irin tsayin dakan da ya yi domin ganin an yi wannan shiri shine yasa aka ga muhimmancin a bashi nashi gurbi domin ya gabatar da tashi kasidar. Sarkin yakin gagi, assalamu alaikum.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. Masu girma manyan baki na Abuja da suka ziyarce mu da namu da aka iske nan, manyan ma'aikatan gwamnati, permanent secretary mai wakiltar kwamishinan addini, lamuran addini, manyan sarakuna na ƙabilu daban-daban da muke anan tare, malamai, pastors, imam, security agencies, members of the phrase, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum. Na tsayu gabanku in jawabi duk labarin da aka rayar turanci, to babban fatan mu dai jama'a su fahimci abin da aka yi. So fahimta da kyau, ko ni na hijin Hausa bisa turanci. So don haka bari jama'a su fahimci abin da muka yi, sannan ko da turancin mu dan ƙara wani abu. Kawai da ka faɗi mai girma shugaban wannan aiki na ƙasa, Prince Edosa, cewa ga ayyukan da muka yi, wannan aiki da muka ɗauko na ganin mun inganta rawar da mata ka takawa akan zaman lahiya, da rawar da mazajen ka takawa, don hakika namiji koyaushe in dai namiji ne wanda ya kai namiji, kana samu ne mai tausaya ma mata da yara. Yayyen halitta annabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam mun ji da liman ya faɗa abin da yayi da kuma ya hora a yi. Duk wanda ko an musulmi mai bugun gaba da musulunci, in bai koyi da annabi ba, addini ne bai kammala ba, ko in ce kai babu ma addinin. So an ga yadda ya zama da matan shi, soyayya ta kwarai, adalci na kwarai, ana ko fatar mu ko mu gwaji lalle koyar da mun kai da gare mun ka ɗauko. Amma alhamdulillah sai ni ji Hajiya Fatima ta Famwan ta ƙara bugi wannan abin, cewa to addini fa bai faɗa da ilimin mata ba. Ƙarara addini ma ya ce da labal ilimi fadilatan ala kullu muslimin. Neman ilimi wajibi ne ga dukkan musulmi, ko wadan namiji ne ko mace ne, ba a keɓe hanka ce namiji ɗaya ba. To rashin sa mata karatun ya ce al'adu ne. To al'adun ga su za mu bari su rusa mu. Yanzu wata mata yan uwa ta ce yawan mata masu mutuwa wajen haihuwa sai karuwa yake. Ta ce me yasa ya karuwa? Babu namijin da ka son mata ta yi namiji ya ashe bikinta. mace su to kuma matan gama hana musu ilimi. Muna samun likita, muna samun midwifery, muna samun nurse cikin su. Sai su samu ilimi za mu samu likitocin za su rage waɗannan ababe. To shine ta ce lallai in ba mata an ka ba dama ba sun ka samu masu yi musu wannan lalura to lallai za a kama samun catastrophic maternal mortality. So on behalf of CDC, I'm happy to introduce to you the CDCs and its activities. Over the 2 years back, we started advocacy to the grassroots and also to the high-level government of ministries and agencies. We do community mapping. We identify people with a passion for women and community development. Part of them, we make a robust structure engagement named after CDC, Community Dialogue Committee, with the aim of alternative dispute resolution, with the aim of alternative mediation between the agro-pastoralists, that is farmer herder clash. So we come up with a multi-level initiatives, which include but not limited to different capacity building. We targeted vigilante. We conduct a number of capacity assessment strengthening for the members of vigilante. We also conduct another capacity building and mediation of faith leaders to address issue of religion extremisms, issue of jungle justice. Sometimes because of handset snatching, you can see youth will come with the knife, kill him, kill him. Before you know, because of handset, they committed the whole soul, one life. So we now train the youth, we caution them on the issue of drug addiction. That is the drivers of promoting killing and the other unwanted. So we also, not forgot, we target again women themselves, women inclusions training. We conduct town hall meeting for women. And a part of different training we conduct aim at strengthening community understanding of GBB, case management, prevention and response, referral directories available in the state, referral pathway. These are what we train all of them. And again, we advocate the security agencies, Commissioner of Police, Civil Defense Commandant, and all other paramilitary and other agencies. And again, we conduct resource mobilization among the community for community vigilante operations, which is successfully. Today, if you go in Saki, Maruda, communities themselves raise money. They started building the whole police station. Commissioner of Police, one time I can remember, he assigned the DPO Ngorogo represent him in the Lane Foundation. Today it's at a completion level. So it's a work of community, vigilante, and community leaders. So if I go back to our father, our Lordship, Bishop Kuka says, we need to invest in security for us to protect our lives and properties. I've been saying it in different fora. Nigeria in the whole Africa has the highest population of 220 million, approximately. But the whole of this honorable police, you can see, we don't have up to 400,000 police, serving 200 million plus. No local government has more than 20 number police. 774 local governments in the country. No local government has more than 20 police. Anybody who can challenge me, let him challenge me. If you go to just South Africa, I'm giving an example. South Africa has 50 million population, but they have 1,600,000 police. 1,600,000 police protecting 50 million population. Less than 400,000 police protecting 220 million plus. Are we making justice? So the government side, police department, take care. The number is unacceptable, it's very low. So we have to support conventional security by empowering vigilante. We have to involve into resource mobilization among us, tax ourselves, promote the activities of local vigilante, engage women too, because there's something we are doing, we notice in our community. We have women vigilante. We can see example here. Can we see one of the vigilante women? Stand up, please, for recognition. When we go to Jum'at Mosque, all men on Friday, they go to Jum'at Mosque. And some of the burglars, they started coming with the different modalities, like just like a madman. You will see, before you know, you see madman, they took away your properties. So that is the women, when we go to mosque, they are the people of intelligent gathering. They have the fun, they call vigilantes that while you are in the mosque, so thing is happening, so person that you see is not so. Before you know, you see quick response. The number of cases have been arrested from Mabera, Nakasari, all those ways. So this is significantly enough to show the more we train women, women can do whatever we think we can do. We said only men. Our Lord Kuka gave us example. Women, you are the decision maker. When you die, who is the decision maker in the family now? Your wife and the children. So your wife must cut up with the women. Or do you think your brother or elder brother or younger brother can take care of your children when you die? Please, can somebody die today and help, maybe if you can video to hear what happened now? But you cannot hear. I'm telling you, Mrs. Kaduna, our member now, she replaced searching Kaduna. If she can tell you a story that can, they are only that she has blessed children that are taking care of her now. If the relation can take care of her, she will weep. And because of the contribution he gave to us, we think we cannot forget. We must bring her on board to continue with where he stopped. We recognize every contribution one of us gave, and we need to rise up to help ourselves. Our women are not our servants. They are our friends. Neither of us can live without wife. If you have anybody, no matter how big around he has, if you don't have wife, he's a madman. I said it. If you don't have wife, you are a madman. Your wife is number one. And if you are sensible, somebody, you must protect your wife. Nobody will touch my wife unless if you kill me. I'm telling you. My wife is my wife. And I choose my friend. Yes. So we respect the women. We promote the women inclusion, which is number one. It's priority. We must make sure that all the investment we have, we need to recognize the women because we will die. And that will not tell you time. It's just like a mobile battery. You just switch up anytime. Up, you will stop. And the women will fix from where you stop. So we have to recognize the women as a friend. And then thank God today we have a significant number of women of fine provision in Sokoto. How many commissioners we have women in Sokoto today? How many permanent secretaries we have in Sokoto? How many director general? Unlike before, when we have the whole ministries, agencies, we have 2 women permanent secretary or 1. Today we have more than 10 or 15 something permanent secretaries women in Sokoto. We have DGs. We cannot even count the number. We cannot count the number of directors. If we go to special advisor, we can see Mr. Edosa was one time in the advocacy, the special advisor to governor on female education agency, and he's headed by women. And if you go to many special advisors today are women. If you go to commissioner, we have commissioner of education, a commissioner of health, it's a woman. Commissioner of women and children affairs, it's a woman too. Before we only have commissioner of women affairs is the only women commissioner. And some time back, we have commissioner of science and technology, 3 commissioners again. And we are moving, we want to have equal 50 commissioners, women, 50% women, 50% men. And in the state assembly, our goal, we must make sure even 1 seat for women. Though constitutional working group, they are working on it to create special provision for women in the assembly. All chamber, high, lower and upper chamber, and as well as state level, subnational, we must have women representation so that women speak for women. So engagement of women in decision making. I'm happy to hear from the Malam. Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, half of your education, my companion, seek it from Aisha. Half. The whole companion of Prophet Muhammad, what they learned from him, he said, when I'm dying, the half of your knowledge, seek it from my wife. The whole half. And most of the Sahaba that are more intelligent, they are taught by women. And if you go to the here, Sultan Caliphate of Sokoto, daughter of Sheikh Osman, the founder of the Caliphate, she's a counselor for women empowerment in Caliphate of Sokoto. So I don't think somebody can tell me that women should not be included. Women must be included. No matter socio-cultural perception we have, we must change. The time is not on our side. The whole world is dynamic. It is moving with a lot of changes. Whether we like it, whether you accept change, or change will dump you and move speedy, and they will do, without you or without. Some 30 years back, for us to meet with the women here, it's not possible. But today you can see significant number of women participation. Next generation to come, you will see the journey just started. Nobody can stop the journey. Women is our friend, is our mother, is our sister, is our in-law. We must recognize their right. They are no longer a servant. They are no longer a slavery, home slavery. So we must work for them. The security is a responsibility of every other citizens. And the government alone, remember, cannot take care of all the security requirements that we need. The resources is dwindling. Government resources is also dwindling. We need to support government by generating our local resources, supporting vigilante. Like I said, if we go to our schools today, our schools and the system is decaying. The government need more upgrading of classroom structures. If we can improve our parent teacher association money from just 1,000 maybe to like 5,000 in a term, we can also mobilize more community schools. We can also take over some of the responsibility, will help government to provide quality and sound education, whereby we can have our women will also grow bigger. But the more we wait for the government, the way the resources come is the same way they work. Government cannot exceed what they have. Resources is dwindling. We must support government. SBMC, PTA, we have added effort in liberating resources from the government. And then again, on healthcare, again, financing. We must make sure that we sponsor girl child, not only on what for the government, so that we can have sufficient human resource, women, that can effectively address the demand of the women in terms of maternal, newborn, and child health issues. We can do it. When every one of us can sponsor a girl child to become a gynecology. If all of the men here can produce a gynecology, then what do you think we are? We become a very giant. So I challenge all of you to produce before the generation to come one gynecology, one midwifery. So we can see the issue of maternal mortality become the thing of fast. In the whole of America, if you go, the state like Sokoto, if they can have 3 maternal deaths attributed to maternal health negligence on human resource or material or what have you, they would declare it a pandemic. But in Sokoto today, as I'm speaking to you, every year, according to statistic, not what we have, if we have more than the statistic, 1,025 women die and 100,000 women deliver in Sokoto. 1,025 per 100,000 live birth we lost every year. So we have 300,000 approximately women delivering in Sokoto. So that is 1,025 times 3. 1,025 times 3. 3,060 women die every year in complicated related to childbirth, which is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. We must do something to mitigate. We can do it until when we address socio-cultural norms that stop women from participation, stop women from becoming doctor, gynecology, pediatrician, and nursing. And the benchmark for women to become nurse and gynecology is what? Secondary school SSCE. So we stop early, forced, and child marriage. It's harmful. It's harmful. Considering the time we are, time is not waiting. If you think your child, you give it out for marriage, small child, not even know how to care baby, and she become pregnant just within 1 year, you destroy her future life. When you die, you leave her, maybe friends, others want to help her. The benchmark of going to tertiary institution is what? Secondary school, and she don't have. Can she go? Then she have to end up domestic home slavery. I went to Kwana, a yi su suka gero, a su suka dawa, or she become beggar finally. She become those. We must invest in the women in the decision making. We must involve in the girl child. If the girl child is empowered educationally, okay, she become empowered. But when she lose secondary school certificate, at least, we lost her. So the timekeeper is approaching me. Yes. But in fact, the CDC work is something today. We have been doing it in the community, but today you have been seeing it. This product is made to bring critical and set actors, government people, to access what we are doing. This is what I'm thinking for the town hall. We are doing it at the community by community, we are changing attitude. And today, the Global Right want to bring actors, high-level actors, that is manyan gwamnati, su zo su ga abin nan da Global Right ke yi muna. To ga shi muna haɗa muku. Yau duk ƙauyukan da muka yi, bidiyon da an kawai ya yi helping ɗina, the video clips has helped me all deliver all the messages that you want, what we are doing. You have seen it in terms of early warning, early response, what are the early warning signs, gender-based violence, prevention and response, case management issues, everything, empowering women, engaging them in domestic decision-making, celebrating Christmas. Today, we are heading toward the Christmas. The CDC, again, we have their plan. We have to rejoice with our Christian brothers. Before, when you kill your ram, you eat alone. Now you're going to eat with us. We cannot leave you. We will chop. So we working together. As you rejoice with us during the Salah, you rejoice with us during the Ramadan. So this Christmas we are preparing. We are preparing. So I'm sorry we lost our leader, Sarkin Kaduna had been, but I'm sure again, in commemoration of him again, we will celebrate it in the same house. I'm making decisions. The same house, we are going to celebrate the Christmas again this year. So I commend all of you. I commend the Global Right. I must commend the giant and transformative leadership of Mr. Edosa. I'm not surprised in why he's so intelligent leader. He's a prince. This gentleman you see is a prince. He's wearing many caps. Let me tell you, 3 caps he's wearing. He's a medical doctor. Medical doctor. He keeps the medical profession. He embraces the idea of human right to protect women and engage women to have a space. And he is also national project manager of Global Right. And he's also Prince, who is waiting to succeed us. So please join me to clap Mr. Edosa. Applaud him again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarki Yakin Gagi. Indeed, you are a warrior. Another round of applause, please, to Sarki Yakin Gagi. And please don't forget that this program, high-level town hall meeting, was brought to you by the Kuka Center and Global Right. I almost sanction you, Global Right. Why? Because when they were talking about doctor, I didn't see him. Some people didn't know him. His picture was supposed to appear immediately when Serkin Yakingagi was really saying good words about him. So thank you. The next thing on our agenda is another topic tagged enhancing peace and security in Sokoto State through community collaboration, which is going to be presented by Osman Al-Fadrey. Osman Al-Fadrey is the state commandant and SCDC Sokoto State, but he's going to be represented by Dr. Awusan Florence, a deputy commandant of NSCDC Sokoto Command. Dr. As you said. Please, a round of applause as she walked down her podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. The speech by Commandant Usman Afadarai, State Commandant, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Sokoto State, delivered at a high-level town hall meeting on building collaborative pathways for women's inclusion in peace and security. I am Deputy Commandant Dr. Awoson Florence Folusho, the Command 2IC. Our commandant would have loved to be here, but due to other assignments, I am here to represent him. Distinguished guests, the Seriki Yaki of Sokoto, the Seriki Gagi of Sokoto, the Seriki Yaki Gagi of Sokoto, the representative of all the commissioners here, the organizers of this program. First and foremost, I want to thank you. Let's give 3 glosses for the organizer of this program, which will start from me. Go, sir. Go, sir. Go, sir. So I want to thank you for organizing this historic program, because it goes a long way in the life of all our women. You know, women, they are special creations. They are very unique. There is nothing you place in all the women's hands, you should be expecting success, because they can deliver. And this topic, by collaborating, by making them to participate in peace building, it will go a long way, because peace as a solution to all problems, peace as a solution to all challenges, by involving women to peace and security. Let me tell you that we have a lot of security challenges, and without studying the security tips, without involving women into security tips, you can see the problem will be half solved. So distinguished guests, community leaders, esteemed members of global rights, representatives of civil society, religious leaders, women and youth advocates, persons with disabilities, and all other participants gathered here today. Once again, good afternoon. It is a great honor to be here with you all, participating in this critical dialogue on the topic that is not only relevant but urgent. Today, as we discuss building collaborative pathways for women inclusions in peace and security, we recognize that peace and security are not merely governmental responsibilities. They are shared values that require collective action. It involves collective actions in the sense that men, they cannot do it alone. When we talk of marital conflict, when you involve women, marital conflict is not only limited to the poor people. Even among the educated fellows, the rich people, they do involve in marital conflict. Even in traditional council, you can see they do involve in marital conflict. So when you are not involving women, or you are not involving them, or creating a ways for women to be included in peace and security, and you all know that peace is a solution to every challenges. So if you are not involving women, it will become so difficult for them to cope at home with their husbands. And we have a marital conflict management styles. We have different styles of marital conflict, which if women are not involved to be part of peace and security, they will not be able to know. They will not be able to adopt these management styles. When we talk for collaboration, maybe your husband have done something wrong to you, and you are not part of what this, the global rights Nigeria, what they are doing to incorporate, to establish, to build up women in order to open their eyes to what is going on all over the world, not only in Nigeria, all over the world. So that it is very necessary to involve women so that anywhere you are, anywhere you be in life, you have to start from the grassroots, from the grassroots. But when you are empowered, you will be able to be involved to checkmate some of these activities. So when you have no much of a marital conflict styles like collaborations, like avoiding when you see that your husband is very hot and there's a way to calm him down, maybe with good food or whatever. So all these things you've learned will go a long way. Nigeria's security challenges have indeed evolved over the past 2 decades. In the northern regions, and particularly here in Sokoto, we face an array of complex security threats, ranging from female header clashes and ethno-religious conflicts to banditry and attack on local community by criminal groups. These conflicts have had devastating impacts on our social fabric, livelihoods, and communities, but we must acknowledge that burden of this crisis falls disproportionately on most vulnerable, especially women, children, and marginalized groups. Today, as we gather to discuss solutions, I commend Global Rights, the Kuka Center, the Community Dialogue Committees of Gagi and Kware local governments for their initiative in organizing this town hall, and I believe this dialogue will be instrumental in achieving the sustainable peace that we all desire. Now, the role of women in peace and security. The role of women in peace and security. When you see Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, we have some special units that we put our women. As you can see me, when you right from our top management, you can see women in various positions. They are not putting women aside. And we women, we are adding value to our lives. So I'm encouraging every woman to add value to your life. In conflict setting worldwide, women often bear the brunt of violence and instability. But they are not just victims. They are resilient leaders, protectors, and advocates for peace within their community. Research and experience shows that when women are included in peace processes, what do you see in negotiations, and most likely to succeed and be sustainable. Women bring unique insights and approaches to resolving conflicts, often focusing on reconciliation, community well-being, and long-term stability. By including their voices, we are not just doing what is right, we are doing what is smart. By including women participation in peace building, we are doing what is right, and at the same time, what is smart. Because most times, women, men, they are not at home. They are not at home with their children, but women will be there. They continue to train them right from birth until they are grown up. So by excluding women, it's like it causes a lot of havoc. So this topic of today, in fact, it's very special and very unique to all women. So all women need to take it. We must continue to sensitize. You must continue to tell people, to let them know that this is the time, this is the hour, this is the moment to include all women in peace building. So women, gear up. It is our time. It is our time. It is our time. It is our time. It is our time to tell our fathers, to tell our husbands that they must include us in our places of work, in our environment, to include us to be participating in peace building. Why we need the collaboration? Why do we need the collaboration? Why? Why? I'm asking our women, why do we need this collaboration? The theme of today's gathering, enhancing peace and security through community collaboration, is a call to action for all of us. Women, this is a call to action for all of us. All the women in the house, inform other women outside that this is the moment for us. Peace cannot be achieved by government agencies alone. Government cannot do it alone. The emir have said it. Our bishop have said it. So the government cannot do it alone. With the population of Nigeria, it is not enough. So we want our women. You know that if you didn't include women, there are some houses the men cannot enter. But women will enter. We are free to enter anywhere. We are free to enter any government offices, even presidential, everywhere. We are very free. So because we bear no harms, it requires the support and active participation of civil society, traditional and religious institutions, and community groups, because it is only by working together that we can create a robust security network that addresses the root causes of conflict and provide sustainable solutions. Our roles as Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps is the endeavor, and its endeavor is clear. Through our primary commitments is protecting lives and property. We also understand that true security involves promoting trust, cooperation, and respect within our community. We are here to listen, to learn, and to partner with you all in building a safe Sokoto state. The Corps has integrated a mechanism of alternative dispute resolution. Its operating procedure to achieve this goal. I want to tell you that Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, we have a unit called Peace and Conflict Resolution. And we have women there. Because if you want to, there's some mediation you want to do. Without involving women, you cannot get the root cause of that problem. So that is the reason. Women, we are very special. We are very unique. There is no any organization that you will see without women participation, without women in peace building. That organization will be shaking. So by including them in our security strategies, we make our community more resilient and inclusive. And I want to tell you, in Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, we have gender units. We have gender units. When we have this gender units, you cannot put a man to be the head of gender units. We have our officer there. The officer there is a woman. It's a woman. So that is the reason why there is need to involve women in all the activities in peace building, in security, and all sorts of things that can move the nation forward. Our goals, I want to tell you again that Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, we have female armed squad units. we have female escort units. So when we talk of female, when we talk of women in our organization, our women, they are doing very well, and our top management, they are involving our women. They are not putting us aside. As we leave the town hall today, let us commit to this objective. Let us ensure that all stakeholders, government, community leaders, and citizens understand why women inclusion and participation of marginalized groups are essential for sustainable peace. We must all be on the same page. I urge each of us to think practically. Let us identify specific collaborative strategies that will strengthen women's roles in our peace processes. This could involve training programs, community engagement, initiative, or formal policy adjustment that give women a seat at the decision-making table. Lastly, because you can see I'm conscious of time, lastly, we must continue to encourage community participation in peace and security. When our strategies are driven by people, they are more likely to succeed. Women, youth, and other marginalized groups must feel that their voices are not only heard, but respected and valued. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to use this medium once again to thank the organization, the organizers of this program, and also to thank Seriki Yaki Gagi. When I was doing my program, it was the one that really helped me. I went to him. I said, sir, I need data. He said, don't worry. So that's the kind of men, people that within the society, that women can easily call to assist, and they will be there for them. So thank you, sir, for this opportunity given to me when I was carrying on my research program for PhD. God bless you, Daddy, for us. So ladies and gentlemen, involving women and marginalized groups in peace building is not only a matter of justice, it is essential to achieving the security and stability we all desire. Within the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense, Sokoto State Command, and other relevant stakeholders, together we can make Sokoto State a beacon of peace and resilience, where every member of society has a role in safeguarding our society. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to productive and impactful discussion today. Let us work together toward a safer and more inclusive Sokoto State. One regards from my able commandant, the State Commandant of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Sokoto State Command, Commandant Usman Isaac Afadarai. Thank you all. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commandant, NSCDC Sokoto State Command, Dr. Awusan Florence. Mr. Edosu.
Thank you. I think we have said it earlier on that there is no subsidy for the club. So can we please applaud her very much? Okay, we have come to the very last part of the conversations today. It looks like we are just starting, but we've actually spent a couple of hours here together. And so, but there's somebody in the room I would want to bring him up to talk to us for about 10 minutes on rethinking gender and social inclusion in peace building process, particularly in the Northwest. He will not want me to properly introduce him, but as he's rushing to the podium, I will quickly rush through to introduce him. I have here Father Atta Bakindo, who is a priest, a scholar, and expert in conflict resolution and peace building. He has extensively researched and written on issues related to insurgency and religious extremism in Nigeria. Father Bakindo has contributed to understanding the socio-political and religious dimensions of insecurity in the country, often emphasizing the need for community-driven solutions and dialogue in addressing these challenges. He has also worked in various capacities to promote peace and reconciliation, including engaging with victims of violence and fostering interfaith collaboration. Father Atta Makindo is the director, the Kuka Center, and a proud partner of Global Rights. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. Antum bihair. Alhamdulillah. Shukran lakum. Shi sarkin yaki wai wanda ba su yi aure ba mahaukata ne. To mu da su Bishop Kuka, mu Reverend Father, mu ba mu da mata. Banda mu ko? To ba ga wai yau mahaukaci na magana da kai. To sannun ku ko? Ni dan Adamawa ne. Kun ji sunana Barkindo. Kakana ba Fulatani ne. Ni daga Adamawa inda Atiku ya fito. Da muka colonize namu Germans ba British ba. Shi yasa an ce Atiku Abubakar ai shi ba dan Nigeria ba. Don lokacin ba a shi a Nigeria ba. So ni ina so yin magana ne akan abu kaɗan kawai. Na taba ga musu Abuja lokacin da aka nada ni Reverend Father. Bishop nawa Bishop Christopher Abba wai yana neman Reverend Father da zai tafi kasar Masar, Al-Kahira, a Cairo, ya karanta Larabci. Duk sauran fadodin suka ki, ni na daga hannu na ce zan tafi. Tunda da iyayena musulmai ne, suka juya suka zama Krista, domin mu samu tafi makaranta, domin a kauye mu lokacin ba makaranta. Sai dai makarantar Al-Qur'ani. Shine na tashi na tafi Egypt. Na shekaru 3 ina karanta Larabci a Egypt. Aya na farin da na koya a Egypt lokacin da ina Cairo. Yawancin ku kun sani ku musulmai ne. Ikra bismi rabbika allazi khalaka. Ko ba haka ba? Take and read. Seek for knowledge. Yadda Bishop Kuka ya fada, seek for knowledge. And for me, this is the biggest thing. We can talk about anything in Nigeria today. If women are not prepared in terms of knowledge and education, I don't think they can go anywhere. If you look at the village I come from, it's Ganye local government. 1 hour from my village, I'll walk into Cameroon. Just like Ilela here, you can walk into Niger. This is how my village is with Cameroon. In those days when I was growing up, this village has lots of forests. Hyenas and lion will come into our house and collect our goats. But today, if you go to this village, duka kogunan sun bata. Itatuwa, an tsara itatuwa gaba daya an dafa burkutu da shi. Everywhere you go, the land is naked, the land is lifeless, the land is treeless. The amount of rainfall we get every year has substantially reduced. In fact, this year I had 1 hectare of land in the Nashuka Masara. Ada akal in the Sam Masara, shine buhuna hamsa. Ama shekar na da kyar na sam bushida. Don a watan bakwai da watan takwas ruwan sama ta yanke. Gona na gaba daya da na mutanen kauye ta bi ta bushe. So I went to my village and I had to talk to my people, particularly the women that suffer every time to fetch water, to collect firewood, to look for the soup to cook. Sometimes the men are busy sitting under the tree. There is no distinction now in my village between Muslims and Christians. They are drinking beer, they are taking drugs, they are smoking. It's the women that have to look for the food and take care of the children. In fact, my parents, an haife mu muna mu 15 uba ɗaya uwa ɗaya ni ne a tsakiya. They call us in English the forgotten ones. Kana tsakiya wa zai tuna da kai? They call us the forgotten ones. And I look at the village and I look at my people and I look particularly at the women. I'm like, what are we going to do? The land can no longer produce. Most of the people are illiterate. They have no education. They have not gone to school. And I tell my people, the food you are looking for is inside the head that is placed on your neck. The world is changing, and everything today is about knowledge. Knowledge of what you can do. Because the economy is changing, there are mobile phones, there are social media, there's internet. People can now sit in their own rooms and earn $50,000 a day because of what they can write and send overseas. So I think for me, one of the things we must do is our perception of a woman. When you are a man, what is your idea of a woman? How do you see a woman? When you see a woman, what comes to your head? And I think that perception has to change. 2 days ago, the United Nations released their report. And in that report, we are told in 2023, 85,000 women were killed in 2023. And 65% of the killing came as a result of domestic violence against women. They call it intimate partner violence. In other words, a lot of the people were killed either by their husbands, by their boyfriends, or by people who are in a relationship with those women. And when they broke 85,000 women are killed, they broke it down by 1 month, by 2 weeks, by 10 minutes. And according to the report, in every 10 minutes, 1 woman is killed. And in 1 year, that added up to 85,000 women in 1 year. That is bigger than the population of Seychelles, of a particular country. So it means an entire country has been wiped out. And what are the reasons for these killings? Intimate partnership, domestic violence, because a lot of us treat women as second-class citizens. They don't know anything. They are just there to be married and unmarried. Today you marry, tomorrow you divorce, tomorrow you marry another one. They are treated as if they are nothing. And my message is that if we want to support women, we want to educate women, we want to make sure women can achieve the best, the way we see them, the way we understand them, the perception we have about women has to completely change. When I was ordained a priest in Yola in Adamawa State, and I was about to travel to Egypt in 2009, our driver in the parish was a thief man. He had a very beautiful daughter, incredibly beautiful, fair-looking girl. You cannot believe it. She finished her secondary school. And this girl wanted to go to the university. The parents say it's a girl. What is she going to do in the university? She must marry. This girl insisted she wants to go to school. The parents insisted she must marry. And she was going to marry an Igbo girl. This girl came to the parish, cried, and met me and said, "Father, come and talk to my parents." I went to the house. I sat the parents down. I advised them, send this girl to school. They refused. In fact, they insulted me to leave the away. Kai father, bazaka ya aure ba shasa. Bazaka gane ba, baka san muhimmanci yara ba. Shasa kai reverend father me zaka yi da mata. Haka na fita na bar musu gidansu. Basu ban ruwan sha ba, basu san kome ba. Na bar gidan da zagi. And I never saw this girl again until this year. I was in my office in Abuja at the Kuka Center. The gate man called me on landline and said, "Vivian is at the gate with 2 children. She wants to see you." I said, "Bring her in." The moment I saw Vivian, I couldn't recognize her. Completely changed. The beauty has disappeared. The body has sagged. And when she saw me, she started crying. I said, "Vivian, what is the problem?" That I want to apologize to you, Father, on behalf of my parents who insulted you. Because I married this Igbo guy. We were living in Yola. We had 4 children. And the work was so much for me at home. I brought my cousin, who is a girl, to come and live with us. And one day I went to church for vigil. And when I came back, I found my husband on bed with my cousin. So I was so angry when I spoke to my husband and said, "And so what? You are just a woman. What's your problem? I can take another wife." And so she packed her things with her 4 children and left the house. And that very week that she packed out, the husband went and paid dowry on the cousin. and now he has married the cousin, and they are staying together. And a lot of women are going through this type of experiences because of the perception that we think women can be used, can be dispensed, we can just do anything with them. So if you want to educate them, you want to give women the power to make decisions, the first and the fundamental thing we have to do is to change our perception of who a woman is. A woman is a human being. She has dignity, she has respect, she has the potential to achieve a lot of things that men may not even be able to achieve. When I was in Egypt, all my teachers, those who taught me Arabic grammar, how to do pronunciation, how to write Arabic calligraphy, they were all women. One of them, her name was Najwa, very beautiful woman, but I never saw her face. She was always wearing niqab until we went to Italy for excursion. She had to remove her veil at the airport. I said, Najwa, wallahi anti Jamila jiddan. Ana uridu an atagawazuki. I want to marry you. Say, Barakindo, wallahi anta majnun kabir. Kaifa, sofa atakallam ma abi. I will speak to my father. If you want to marry me, come back to Egypt. I say, okay, I will think about it. But I just want to say, women are teachers, women can be doctors, women can be pilots, and we have to change completely our perception of what women are. And I think for me, it's the only way we can build a platform for them to be inclusive, for them to contribute their own quota. I live in Singapore, for example, for almost 2-3 years. Women are working. Most of the directors are women. Why? Because they have gone to school. And that's why if you go there, there's a bit of sanity, there's stability, there is peace, there is development. If you go to Singapore, you resign from your job at 6 a.m. By 9 a.m., you have gotten another job. Because nobody wants to work with government. There are research institutions, there are industries, there are companies, and they pay you very, very well. Imagine if in this country we are quarreling over 70,000 naira. 70,000 minimum wage. Imagine workers in this country earn 2.8 million naira. Women and men. You think marriage, you are going to just marry any woman? Before you come and talk to that woman, she has 2.8 in her pocket. You have to check yourself. So I think that is a problem. And this is where we really have to look at. So for me, empowering women means changing our perception about who a woman is. She was created in the image and the likeness of Allah. She has the dignity of God in her. And if we see, treat, and respect women in that manner, I think that this country will change. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Father Atta Barikindo, for that beautiful remark of yours. Now it's time for a brief comment and reflection time for those who have one or two things to say. In a matter way. Margaret.
Well, let's start from here. So it's not
okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I first of all want to appreciate the organizers of this meeting. This meeting comes at a time when we need it. Sarki Ngagi has been a colleague in the area of public enlightenment and community development work. So many people have spoken about the role of women in our society, what women are going through in this our society now. The religious point of view has been also said. The role of women cannot be overemphasized. In our Ministry of Religious Affairs, Sokoto, we have been working hard to see that women are given their right in the society, they play their role as enshrined in the Islamic book. We also work to ensure that women are not deprived of their rights. We have a department that works in order to ensure that we stop or we prevent to the minimum the issue of GBV, gender-based violence, which has been happening in so many societies. As a medical doctor too, I want to speak on the health aspect. We know all also here know what's called Beijing Conference. Beijing Conference was a conference that tried to address the issue of maternal mortality and morbidity in our societies. For a nation to develop, we need to have a healthy population. And for us to have a healthy population, we need to have a healthy women in our society. For women to be healthy, they need to be educated. They must have a right to education. They must have a right to health. They must have a right to justice, equity, and fairness in all what society is all about. Therefore, health-wise, we are facing issue of maternal mortality very high in this our society, particularly in the northern Nigeria. This is as a result of issue of education. The women who are not educated, you know, they don't attend issue of antenatal care. If you don't attend antenatal care as a pregnant woman, all the complications that may arise will not be detected. And if they are not detected, you go into labor, and that is where problems come from. So education is very, very vital. Women, we all know, they also suffer all sorts of problems, especially in the war or where there is conflict. Where there is, you can see a lot of women roaming the street. They run away from the areas where there are banditry activities. So I think for the society, we need to do as much as possible to prevent this kind of situations. And we need to support women and protect them so that we can prosper. Our religions, both Christian and Muslim, Islam, I believe they talk about protecting the right of the women so that we can have a healthy population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pamsek. Okay.
Good afternoon once again. We thank God that this meeting is supposed to be, or is based on practical aspect, not on fiction. Whatever we're discussing here, we hope and we are hoping to be put into practice. We're talking about woman empowerment to become something in the society, to become useful in the society in order to put in their best. Let me say something that happened to me. I was opportune to find myself in Sudan for peacekeeping operations. We're able to be in the midst of our internet displaced spaces. As somebody said before, there are places that you go to buy sugar, it's only women. We're able to see that there are a lot of girls stranded doing nothing and they're uneducated. Within ourselves, we mobilized, okay, you bring $3, you bring $50. We were able to set up small school within the community. We trained them. Within 1 year, they were able to, most of them, almost 10 to 15 or 20, they're able to speak fluent English. We're able to absorb them as language assistants so that wherever we are heading to there, we cannot hear Arabic. They are going to go and translate to them. This is what is going on. At the same time, we gave them another training. Where we cannot enter as men, they'll go and do the work for us and come back in terms of peace, something like that. Secondly, let me call on our well-to-do personnel within the society. Let us not shift all these responsibilities to government alone. Mere picking a single lady and sponsor her to some level, you are saving the community. Just, it happens to me. There is a small girl that lost her father when she was webbing. I took the baby to my house. As of this year, she finished her College of Nursing in Katsina City. She's presently on practical. When she went home, once she went to work and come back, a little she got, she said, okay, let me buy Chief Ane for my father and come back, even though she's just adopted child. So please, let us not just shift this responsibility to government alone. The little we have within the community, let us at least see that we sponsor or we empower even a single lady to become a support in society. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That's a very strong language. Now, let me appeal to the rest of us. I see a lot of answer, or please just keep your within 1 minute, all right? So we can give opportunity for a lot of people to talk. Just 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dosa. You see, the question I keep on asking people when I get to a place like this is, and when women are being discussed, is that who are the greatest enemies of the women? If you leave me, I will just tell you simply, they are the men. Just about a month ago, or over that, I was traveling to Gusau. And when we got to Moenchi, it was about 6 o'clock and something, and not groups. I saw women running from villages surrounding Moenchi to inside Moenchi. Why? The banditry. And the bandits were approaching. So every day they said for over 3 months, women in the villages have not been sleeping in their villages with their men. They will run at about that time to Moenchi. The good thing is that just 1 week after, and this criminal that was being sorted by the government and the law enforcement agencies was shot and he was killed. Something Sululu was, and I really was happy. But the bottom line, like I said, that it's the men that are the enemies to it. You cannot hear area girl. You hear of area boys, area this, area this. All the crimes are being against women are being committed by men, and yet they are our mothers, they are our sisters, they are our everything. They brought us to the world, but we constitute. I think there is need to call a forum like this where men will purely be addressed and educated on how to keep women safe. Thank you very much.
So, second, I've just proposed a town hall for men, right? Town hall for men. We just be only men in the room and we will talk to ourselves frankly, right? I have taken 3 men. Will you allow me to take at least 1 woman before I come to the other man? Any woman hand up before I move on? I have 1 woman back. I will come to you, sir. Let me take 1 woman first. Town hall for men. That would be very interesting, though. Everybody come with your kit gloves because there will be boxing.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Barrister Safia Ahmed Usman. I am here as a representative of the Federation of Women Lawyers, the Sokoto branch. This is a very commendable town hall meeting, which is a very much needed one. We have a lot of organizations that come into Sokoto and they center all around the development of women and children in societies. For example, just recently we had Clean Foundation in the administration or getting access to justice for this kind of people, that is the women and children. And what the key things that they look into are being gender sensitive, having the gender lens. Whenever we are doing anything, when we have the gender lens, everything will go smoothly. Women are peaceful in nature. When you have a peaceful woman, you will have a peaceful home. So when we have a lot of peaceful women in representative capacities in societies, we will have a very functioning and high level societies. So this is a very commendable thing. And we hope this kind of initiatives will continue. And we hope the targets are being realized. That is, the women are actually being represented in different places and their voices are heard and their decisions are taken into consideration whenever we are doing this kind of things. Also, gender responsive budget is a new place that can help women. When budgeting is made in every society or government or whatever we are doing, when we have a gender lens and a gender perspective is seen, it will help a lot. Thank you very much.
Yes, his hand has been up since. So let's enforce his freedom of expression. There's somebody that have been wanting to express his freedom of expression, so let's have him.
All right, thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity. Good afternoon once again. I remain Mokhtar Sani Doki, Secretary, Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities, Sokoto State Chapter. Let me appreciate the organizers of this important event by making inclusion. Before, we have been marginalized, now we are included. When we look at the most vulnerable groups in our society are women, youth, and persons with disability. So now we are given opportunity to carry along. My second comment is on the video clip where some of the actors are mentioned disabled. We are not disabled, rather than person with disability, because in every disability, there is ability. Thank you once again.
Thank you. There was a hand around here.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmad Yari Mallama, Chairman CDC, Kwari, Durba, Saki, and the Mallama Yari. In fact, I was highly impressed with all the statements made here in this town hall meeting. What I would like to add here is the achievement we are observing here relies solely on good leadership. It is as a result of good leadership of Mr. Endosa and our father, District Head of Gagi, Alhaji Sani Umar, that brought us to the achievement we are now having. Besides that, we the CDC members, more especially the newly introduced or the newly elected, hitherto, we consider all these things that are enumerated as impossible. But as a result of what has been discussed, in the orientations as well as enlightenment, we have within a twinkle of an eye, we have now been enlightened, and inshallah, we will do a lot to see that more and more success is achieved. Furthermore, I would like this opportunity to call on our members to make sure that this town hall meeting does not end here. Let us make a step down training so that we will progress more and more. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatima Ahmad Lawan, representing the Association of Northern Women Entrepreneurs. So we're here discussing about how women can play a role in peace building. I think before we leave here, we all have to take a deep breath to rethink what we have been doing in our society, both the women and the men. We all have a role to play. We can't blame the men alone and we can't blame the women alone, because together we can, right? Together we can, but one person cannot do it alone. And in a society like Sokoto, our men play a big role in how we advance in the society. I have said it in so many occasions that I have been invited to. Without my father being a progressive man, I wouldn't be where I am today. So without the help of our fathers, our brothers, our guidance as men, we women cannot make it in the society that we are living today. So as men here that are living here from this hall, I urge you all to call a town hall meeting in your own localities, to call a meeting and discuss with your community, try to enlighten more men in our society on the need for educating women, on the need for empowering women. Our men are dying, our men are being killed on a daily basis, and women are left with nothing to fall back on because they are not economically independent, they are not financially independent. So we're having that issue in our society because I think we still don't understand what the root cause of our problem is. Until and unless we do, we still have a long way to go. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, all. Most of the things that I penned down to say, these last two speakers have said it. But one thing I want to add is that all of us here, some of us are leaders. And if you discover in our settings, even in meetings, either in church, because I stand for the youth can, even in churches, subgroups, you discover that women are left aside. And that is why there are crises even in the church these days. You discover that the men fight themselves and the woman have a soft-hearted mind that she can be able to balance the two. So we're equally calling on everybody here, religious leaders, please, in everything you do, make sure that one or two women are included there. This will help the whole matter. And then I want to thank the Serkingagis for taking these things to that community levels. So we need, this time around, we need door-to-door campaign. Okay, let it be door-to-door campaign. Let it be, we sit down, we're gisting, then we talked about all these kind of issues. I think this will go a long way in solving the issues we're having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over the microphone to the co-MC to do the final, just for purpose of, what do we call it now? For the purpose of purpose, do we have the person, the colleague from UNICEF here? UNDP? IOM? They've gone. Okay. Okay. For the purpose of purpose, it escaped me to acknowledge them at the beginning, but I've told they've just left. Okay. Before we now do the vote of thanks, I want to hear the voice of a young lady in the room. Any lady that is 30 and below in this room, please come and collect this mic and talk to us. Any lady 30 and below, please come and collect the mic and talk to us. Any language, English, Hausa, Arabic, any language. Let's applaud and clap, encourage her, encourage her. Go up, go up, go up.
Assalamu alaikum. Ina yininku? Ya gajiya? Ya ƙoƙari kuma? To, alhamdulillah gaskiya wannan taron ya yi sosai. Kuma an yi faɗakarwa akan abubuwa da dama. To, muna roƙon Allah duk wanda ya zo Allah mai da shi gida lafiya. Muna godiya sosai. Sai na gode.
So, mashallah, muna godiya sosai. Before the vote of thanks, I want to remind you that you should know that this program is brought to you by the Kuka Center in collaboration with Global Rights, and it's live streaming direct from Global Rights Nigeria. Yes. Ɗazu da ake magana da aka sa mana wannan documentary ɗin muka ɗan kalla. Na ji wani ya ɗanyi wani bayani na ya ji daɗin wannan training da aka basu, hakan ma ya sa ya ma ƙara son matar shi. Anya. Kafa ta zo tana neman wasu 'yan kuɗaɗe. Ka canza fuska. So, masha Allah. For the vote of thanks, let's call on stage Mrs. Lami Musa Emmanuel. She is the secretary for the CDC. Mrs. Lami Musa. She's a very strong woman. I beg a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I want to start by saying all the protocols duly observed. I cannot mention each one after the other. We sincerely want to appreciate the Global Rights Kuka Center Isawali initiative for preparing this wonderful program, which is very useful to our well-being as both men and women. Not necessarily women, because we are talking on women. A woman cannot stand without a man. So we believe all the messages, the presentations that were passed will be useful to all of us, and we'll have a better community to live in. If there is wherever there is no peace, there will never be wealth. Wherever there is no peace, there will never be success. And we thank you people for honoring the invitation. We pray that as you go down, you step down this program to your various community so that all the communities will be beneficial of all that with the Global Rights, the Kuka Foundation, Isawali Initiative are really trying to achieve, and let it be achieved in our various community. Kamar yadda nike magana na ce na kula da duka matakan girma waɗanda aka gayyata waɗanda suka mika kasidu a cikin wannan babban taro. Muna godiya domin amsa gayyata da kuka yi. Muna roko kamar yadda aka ba da bayanai da dama, idan mun koma wuraren zamanmu, kauyukanmu, bari mu mai da wayannan koyarwa ɗin zuwa sauran mutanenmu na kauyuka domin ya zama da amfani. Na kuma ce ana maganan mata. Ba za mu iya sayawa da kafafunmu ba in ba tare da maza ba. Don haka muna roko, yayi da muka koma, mu wayar da kan sauran mazaje wayanda suke can a gidaje, mu wayar da kan sauran mataye. Lokaci ya wuce inda namiji zai ɗauki nauyin komi. Yau idan baka, matanka mai yiwa ta yi karatu, certificate din an sa a cikin akwati. Kila ta riga ta wuce shekarun samu aikin gwamnati. Kila ta wuce shekarun da za ta iya amfani da wannan koyarwa da ta samu. Kuma ka tafi ka barta da yara. A mafin yawancin lokaci sai ka ga mace ba ta iya kamun kai. Wata za ta fara bin mazaje domin ta samu abin biyan bukatan yaran nan. Wata za ta zo tana ayyuka wayanda ba su dace ba domin ta girma da yara. Amma yayi da ka dasa ta akan hanyar da ya dace, za ta girma da yaranka a cikin halal. Amma idan ka bar ta haka hannu sake, a ƙarshen yaran nan da baka so su girma da haramun na za a girma da su. Don haka muna roko, bari mu hada kai mu yi kokuwa da fahimta akan jahilci, akan rashin barin mata su zama da amfani a cikin shawarwari na gida da kuma shawarwari na majami'u su Krista da kuma shawarwari a wurin duka tafsir da ake yi, zai zama mana da taimako. Sannan kuma a cikin haka, barin mata su fita yakan kawo gamsarwa domin mukan koya abubuwa tsakanin junanmu da musulmi da Krista. Ya yiwu ina da wani abu wanda yar uwata musulma ba ta da shi, idan na fada za ta ce yaya aka yi haka, zan ce ga yadda aka yi. Gobe za ta yi amfani, wata kuma za ta amfana gare ta. Ni ma a haka nan ne, zan koya daga gare ta, ita ma za ta koya daga gare ni. Mu cire bambance-bambance na addini, mu cire bambance-bambance na kabilanci, amma bari mu zama masu duban abu guda wanda shine ci gaba na jama'a da al'umma baki daya. Na gode. Allah ya mai da kowa gida lafiya. Allah ya sa kuma abinda muke nema mu kai ga nasarar samun shi. Allah ya taimake mu. Na gode.
It seems like we are gradually coming to the end of this program. But before we go, Mr. Edos, I think you have something to say.
So thank you so very much, everybody, for your patience and your understanding for these hours that we've been together. And let me especially thank again Reverend Father Atabakindo. Thank you for joining us in the journey into Sokoto State to be part of this. And thank you for the very valued partnership that we're enjoying from Kuka Center. Global Rights couldn't have done this on its own without the very valued support from Kuka Center. Thank you, Seiki Yakigagi, as always, the driver of all of these efforts. Thank you so very much, Deputy Commandant. Thank you for staying true with us till this time. In the meeting like this, sometimes when it gets to this point, look at the front row, you will see that it's empty. But seeing that all of you have stayed put with us, support, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman, and everybody. Thank you for staying with us until this time. Lunch is being served now, but the restaurant have asked that we please just remain in the hall. They will bring they are packing the food. Or they said if they want to start setting table now, it will take time. So they are packing the food and then they will just give us in takeaway packs, all right? So please, I will crave our indulgence to just give them a few minutes to finish the packing so we can have the food. The food has been paid for. So please collect your pack before you go, all right? Okay, so at this point, I would like to please call on all of us to rise up as we close the day with the national anthem. And then just as you are taking your leave, Secretariat, are they supposed to come to the back? How are we doing it? They've signed already. Okay, thank you very much. So let's go on.
Shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. It is our that makes me count as vain to Oh God of all creation, grant peace our praise, and help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you. We've come to the end of the town hall meetings for this year. We look forward again to next year to having the annual event. Thank you very much.
We don't need a closing prayers. I'm going to help with one. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Thank you all.